What's up, everybody? So I am bringing to you a video that has been super requested by a lot of you, and it is the web app stream series that we ran close to a year ago now. That a lot of you are saying, "Hey, can you remaster that? Can you take out the Q&A and kind of the chatty with the Twitch and just kind of make it more content, like we did with Zero to Hero, where it's definitely a live stream. There's definitely some live interaction, but it's more defined and it's compact and it's just full of knowledge, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So I am bringing to you, without further ado, the web app live stream series that we did, and this is geared towards beginners. If you've never done anything with web app, this is for you. So beginner web app pen testing 101. So go ahead and let's watch it together. Here we go. Welcome to week one. Sorry for the 1 minute of technical difficulty there. So week one, quick, who am I? Most of you know who I am. A lot of you, this is your first time here. So I'm going to run through it really quick for anybody watching this later on YouTube as well. So I'm a husband first, hacker, military veteran, gamer, sports fan, animal dad. Love to play Overwatch. As some of you guys have seen, I got 5 animals, 2 cats, 3 dogs. I'm a former accountant turned pen tester. So I worked in accounting for a long time, and then I decided I'm going to switch off. I'm going to become a pen tester, and I did just that. So day to day, I'm a senior security engineer, and I own my own pen testing company, which is called TCM Security. On top of that, I have 2 projects that I do. One is the Cyber Mentor, which you are watching right now. So that is my Twitch streaming, YouTubing, etc. The other is veteransec.com. So if you are a military veteran and you are watching this today, please do consider going to veteransec.com/Slack. We have a private community just for military veterans who are interested in cybersecurity. So that is not only a veteran community, that's also where a lot of us blog. So we blog over here at veteransec.com. I do some blogging as well at my TCM security site at tcm-sec.com. So on top of this, what are we going to learn in this course? And let me get rid of this. You don't need to see me right now. What are we going to learn? Okay, we are going to learn pen testing techniques, and I'll turn off alerts as well. We're going to learn pen testing techniques, right? We're going to talk about the 5 steps of pen testing: information gathering, scanning and enumeration, exploitation, maintaining access, and cleanup. Okay, those are the 5 steps. So we'll briefly cover those today. It's very important to know, and the methodology doesn't change whether you're doing network pen testing or you're doing wireless pen testing, you're doing anything. So you're doing web app pen testing, it's all the same. So on top of this, we're going to be learning some tools. We're going to be covering Burp Suite. I will also be covering Burp Suite Pro. You do not have to have Burp Suite Pro. There are just some features that I want to show you about Burp Suite Pro that make it really nice. And I am a big fan of it. So I got to show it, you know. And if there's one tool that I recommend people purchase, especially if like you're trying to get into bug bounty hunting or doing web apps, $400 for Burp Suite Pro is 100% worth it. So on top of that, Nikto, Dirbuster, Curl, Sublister, Nmap. There's so many web app tools that we can use. So we're going to be covering some of those, looking into those, okay? On top of this, we are going to be covering the OWASP top 10, every single item in the top 10, and some others. So we're going to take a look at what we're going to be doing here in a minute. I've got quite a few things for us on the agenda, so we'll take a look. Lastly, we're going to cover some important documents. We'll talk about resources, career advice, etc. So again, if you missed it in the beginning, we are talking first, we'll do the course. Tonight's going to take an hour to maybe an hour and a half. And then we'll do AMA afterwards. So we'll do AMA of anywhere from I'm trying to get out of here at 10 tonight, but I will push it later if we need to. My wife leaves tomorrow, so I kind of want to spend some quality time with her. But typically sometimes we go all the way to midnight. So these streams can sometimes last 4 hours. The lessons anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours typically. So a good chunk of AMA if you enjoy that. So special note at the bottom, this course runs every Wednesday at 8 p.m. until we are finished, and unless otherwise noted. So sometimes I do have to travel. I have my own life going on. Sometimes I'm not available on Wednesdays. I will make that very clear and way ahead of time if I'm not going to be available. As noted again, AMA afterwards. There are very few rules that I have in this chat. Rule number 1 is don't be a dick. If you be a dick, I will ban you without any question. Don't ask Black Cat or how to hack Facebook, sir type questions. Don't ask me about botnets. Don't ask me anything illegal. I'm not going to answer them. That's a good way to get you booted as well. Okay? So anything stupid, if you think it's stupid, it's probably stupid. So please just don't do it, because I am trigger happy today, and I will ban you in a second. Other than that, we are a chill chat. We'll hang out, we'll chat, we'll have a good time. And my encouragement to you is to help each other, because right now I'm looking at it. We got 109 people just in Twitch. We got another 100 and something, it looks like, on YouTube. So please do help each other. If somebody has a question and you know the answer to it, I've already see it going on right now. Somebody asked a question about Burp Suite Pro, and somebody else answered it. Perfect. That's the kind of environment I want you guys to be in. So other than that, let's go ahead and push forward. Okay, let's talk about resources really quick, because these are important. If you are interested, we have a mailing list. Kind of environment I want you guys to be in. And look at that. So another technical difficulty. Other than that, let's go ahead and push forward. Hold on, guys. Okay, let's talk about resources. I just booted up my own website, which happens to have my live stream on it. All right. So anyway, website. This is where you get to a few important places, the cybermentor.com. So we've got the contact/subscribe up here. This is really what's important. You come over here. Also, we got the links, right? If you're interested in any of the social media links, but over here, if you get on the mailing list will allow you to be there when I send homework. So right now there's about 1,000 of you on the mailing list. When I send homework out, it'll go to the mailing list. There's also a couple places it'll go to. It'll go to GitHub at some point. I'm going to be putting out the GitHub. You see, for the Zero to Hero or the beginner network pen testing, this is exactly what I did. The mailing list is in here for each week, or the homework. More importantly, let's see this. If I bring over the Discord here and we go, there is a web app course Discord right here. Okay, so if you come into the Discord channel, it's the link. If you hit !Discord in the chat, it'll bring it up. Also, if you just go to the link on the webpage, you can come into Discord. We've got about 2,000 people in here. We have a special channel just for this course. If you are taking this course and you're interested, you can chat with other people. There are also pins for when I send out messages. All the resource lists that I'm going to be sending out tonight or showing you guys tonight are going to be in here. They're also going to be in the announcements from earlier. So I sent all this out, so don't ask for links. If you guys are interested in links, they'll either be in the description of the video later, or they're going to be sitting in these channels. So please do consider using Discord channel as well. So let's go back into the PowerPoint. And so I showed you guys the Discord, I showed you guys the GitHub. GitHub is where I'm going to be uploading the course material. There's also a tool or two that I might show you from the GitHub. Last but not least, the course is 100% free. If you are interested, there is a Patreon that you can tip me at, or you can tip on the streamlabs.com/thecybermentor. Not expected at all, but donations are accepted. Other than that, let's talk about resources. So there are so many resources, and we're going to cover these really quick. So this whole course is going to revolve around a tool called Juice Shop. Well, not a tool, a platform that was invented just for web app pen testing. So I sent out an email on the mailing list for everybody who has already signed up. We are going to be using Juice Shop. Now, it is a highly vulnerable web app, and I will bring you to the page here. So if we go to the page, we take a look at it, and we go here. So Juice Shop. this is it. It's very, very simple to install. All you have to do is sign up for Heroku and then hit this deploy button. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes, 100% free. You get your own instance, fun times, awesome stuff. On top of that, you can install it in other things. You can install it via Docker, via Vagrant, EC2 instance. They've got all different ways that you can install this, but Heroku is free, very easy to set up. It's literally a one click of a button. Okay, on top of this, while we're here, there is this link for this Git book by the same author. He put together a whole book of everything, okay? Now, in here, there is a bunch of stuff. We can talk about all the vulnerability categories that we're gonna be covering. So if you look at what we're gonna be covering in this course, A1, A2, A3, A4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that is all of your OWASP top 10 right here. So we will be covering every single one of the OWASP top 10. We'll also be covering some additional material here, okay? So very, very fun stuff. Now there is a challenge board for this. And what we'll do is we'll have a scoreboard, and I don't know if I have a picture of the scoreboard yet, but when we get to the scoreboard, we'll talk about it. But basically what is out there is there are a bunch of different challenges, and here they are. So how we're going to run this course is we're going to do it step by step, right? We're going to start with the trivial challenges. So my original thought for this course was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to take injection or cross-site scripting, and I'm going to show you all the cross-site scripting vulnerabilities and just cover that in 1 week. What the issue with that is we could start at tier 0 and tier 1, and then we get to get up to the difficult ones, and it's going to lose people. So what I think is I'm going to do is we're going to do trivial challenges 1 week, then easy challenges, then medium, and then we'll just keep going on. You see the list gets longer and longer and longer. So as we start getting into these later weeks, and you see the new tiers up here for cross-site scripting, it's just going to get harder and harder. So we're going to start out really simple. We'll cover the concepts. Every time I introduce something new like cross-site scripting, I'll have information about what it is, why it's vulnerable. We'll even talk some defenses with it as well. So I will teach you guys what I know through a really good web app. And what this is going to do is hopefully when we're done, it's going to make you confident in your abilities to do pen testing with web apps. This isn't really bug bounty hunting. There are bug bounty hunting is web apps, right? It really is. The methodologies in web app pen testing and bug bounty hunting are slightly different, but not very different, okay? So you learn a lot of this. You can take this knowledge and go do bug bounty hunting. And I have provided links here to very popular programs, which we'll talk about. Before we do this, there is also this OWASP test guide that I want to share with you guys. So every time I do a pen test, this is how we do an OWASP test guide. So if we come down here and I show you these links, now there is a PDF and there's a GitHub, okay, in those links that I sent out. Now, this GitHub shows a checklist. I'm going to bring this checklist over. I use this on every single web app assessment that I do. This is version 4. They just released version 5. So we come through here and you could see like it starts with information gathering, configuration, and deployment. And here's where it can get a little overwhelming when we're talking about doing web app pen tests. Look at all the stuff that we have to do. This is one assessment, okay? One assessment is 124 lines, and that is very, very detailed that we have to go through. So this is fantastic. And the nice thing about this checklist is the PDF that comes with it. So if we look at the PDF, it lines up perfectly. We scroll through, there's a bunch of stuff in here. I don't know where it starts, like page 25 or so. Here's the framework. Where are we? Okay, so page 25, 20, here we are. So page 28, actually. You come into here, OTG info 001. If we look back at this, OTG info 001. There's a whole write-up on tools to use, what you're looking for, how to do it. Your methodology is all here. On top of that, remediation. Okay? So literally, if you're doing a pen test and you have any questions, you can refer to this guide and your checklist, and that ensures that you don't miss anything. When there's 124 steps available to do a pen test, chances are you're not going to remember everything that's coming through. So it's very nice to have this kind of guide, this checklist, etc. And like I said, I use this on every single list, and it's nice just to go in here and say, hey, what tools do I use for that? With all the tools and everything that are out there, it's just hard to remember everything, okay? So here we go, onward. So if we go back into the PowerPoint, I'm losing my links. Bug bounties and education. Let's talk about those really quick. So back into here. Bug bounties. What are bug bounties? Bug bounties, if you don't know, are public sourced bug hunting. So it's like doing a web app for a customer that says, hey, you can hack me. And you can hack me, and if you hack me, I might give you some money. Basically how it works. So there's a few big players. Bugcrowd's one. HackerOne is also a big player. The Synac Red Team is a little bit more private, but you can apply to be in there. You can do you could do a test to get in, and if you're good enough, you get in. And then there is this website, Guru99, listed the top 30 bug bounty programs. So if you look at this as well, most companies have their own as well. So Intel, Yahoo, Snapchat. So you might find these on like Bugcrowd, but you also can go to their website and look at some of the information that they have out there and do testing for these companies. So other than that, really quick shout outs on the education front. eLearn Security Web Application Penetration Testing version 3. This is a fantastic course. Okay, it's under courses, Web Application Penetration Testing. Awesome stuff, great materials. Look at all the lessons. It covers a majority, if not all, of the OWASP top 10. I took this course. I am a high advocate of it. So I love it. It's great. I don't know the pricing. The pricing right now is anywhere from $1,000 to $1,400, but you're realistically looking at $1,200 to $1,400. If that is too expensive for you, there are alternatives. Portswigger, who makes Burp Suite, has come out with a web security academy. If you go to portswigger.net/web-security, look at the topics that they're coming out with on the side, and they're introducing new stuff all the time. So SQL injection, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, external XML external entities, SSRF, right? So all this stuff here, nice. Really nice stuff. Free lessons. Bugcrowd is also coming out with their own free stuff as well. So all the major platforms are starting to come out with this free training. And if you come through here, if you have money and you have an employer that's willing to pay, the GWAP isn't a bad certification either. It really looks good on a resume. I don't know if it'll get you fully web app pen testing after doing it, but it's a decent start. But these run about $6,000, so that's really expensive. On the other hand, if you do like a work study and this is something you're interested in, then you can do a week's worth of work with them, and they'll let you buy the course and the certification exam for like $1,500. So that's an alternative as well. Last but not least, a classic, okay? The Web Application Hacker's Handbook. This is really old. It's from 2012, I believe. And people will say it's dated. It's dated, yes, but at the same time, it is relevant. Even though it's 7 years old or whatever, it's still relevant. Web app penetration testing concepts don't change that much. Many of the flaws that were there a long time ago still exist, and some of the methodology still exists. This book is still very relevant. Okay? So that is not an all-inclusive list. Okay? That's not all-inclusive at all, but it's a good start. And this is just a good start resources list to get into web application bug bounties. I think bug bounty hunting is good for practice. I also think that if you're curious about an exploit, say like XXE, What I would do is Google XXE bug bounty write-up and just look at all the write-ups and the methodology and the tricks that people use when they were doing bug bounty hunting. Same thing with a web app pen test. If I see something weird, chances are somebody's also seen that and possibly reported it through a bug bounty site. And that has helped me before when I'm doing actual client work to refer back and say, yeah, this is screwed up, or no, it's not. They wrote it off. It's nothing. So, all right, some quick notes before we start. Please only use the information learned in this course for ethical purposes only. Also, please take notes. If I'm going too fast, you can feel free to ask me to slow down or show something again. It doesn't mean that I'll be able to, but it does mean that I am watching the chat when I can. And I will do my best to go as slow as possible and show everything. We got a lot of information. Tonight's going to actually be really chill. We're just getting set up. All we're going to be doing is we're going to be testing against a public platform, and we will be doing enumeration. That's all we're going to be doing tonight. It's enumeration. Enumeration deserves, in my opinion, 6 weeks of teaching. I'm not going to. I'm going to do it for 1 week. But that's how important enumeration is. All right. So I'm going to take a drink of my coffee here. Let's talk about the important steps here, okay? The 5 steps of hacking. So this is important, and I mentioned this before. So we've got 5 steps of hacking. We've got reconnaissance. Okay, reconnaissance is like information gathering, and there's 2 types of reconnaissance. There is what is considered active reconnaissance and passive reconnaissance. Now, typically stage 1 of reconnaissance is passive. Passive means that we don't actually go out to a client site and touch it or scan it or do anything with it. Okay, we're gathering information from Google or public information that's already out there that we never have to physically scan a website. The second that we go into active reconnaissance, we start moving into scanning and enumeration. So we gather information with reconnaissance. What are we looking for? We're looking for possible subdomains, any kind of interesting files that might be out on the web. We want to do a whois and make sure that the client we're testing is actually the client that we're testing, because sometimes they give you the wrong IP address or wrong information. Happens all the time. On top of that, we might want to look through breach credential dumps, right? And see if we find any information there for passwords or anything like that. So very interesting stuff. We'll cover a lot of that here in just a little bit. So on top of reconnaissance, the next step is scanning and enumeration. We will cover some scanning and enumeration tonight as well. So scanning, when we're talking web apps, we're talking using like Burp Suite's Active Scanner, which is part of the Pro plan. We're talking about using Nmap. We're talking about using tools like Nikto. Okay, scanning goes on and it looks at the website, looks for some sort of vulnerabilities. We look at what kind of information is available to us, and then we enumerate it. We look for services. We look for all kinds of information, right? So the more information that we can gather about this, the better off we are. We are, as hackers, right? As penetration tester professionals, the best penetration testers are the people that can enumerate, have good patience, and are willing to dig deep when nothing is there on the surface. This is what we are after, okay? This is the most important. Gaining access, all that other stuff, not as important. Yes, it's fun to exploit, but you're not going to get to the exploitation unless you scan and enumerate properly. So, on top of this, the other 3 stages. Gaining access sounds just like you think it is. We consider that the same thing as exploitation. So gaining access, exploitation, same thing. That is when you run an exploit against a potential vulnerability and you leverage that to gain some sort of access. Now, in network pen testing, that typically means a shell. Same thing with web app. We can be talking about like RCE, which is remote code execution, if we can leverage a shell that way. Even gaining access to a user account or gaining access to an admin account, It's all gaining access. Okay, the other two steps are maintaining access. How can we maintain that access? How do we, say if we're doing a network pen test, how do we stay on that computer if they turn it off, or if they take it off the network to go home because it's a laptop? What can we do there? So the idea of that is, how do we maintain access until we are done with it? And then when we are done with it, we are going to do covering our tracks, right? That's deleting log files, making sure that nobody else knows that we're there. In this course, we are covering reconnaissance, scanning enumeration, and gaining access. That is it. For web app pen testing, that's all we're going to need in this course, and everything is going to be done through Juice Shop. All right, so let's look at the next slide here. So let's talk about reconnaissance, and we're almost done with PowerPoints, I promise. So with passive recon, we need to do target validation, right? Like I said, we need to know the who is, the NS lookup, DNS recon. We really just want to know for sure that the target we are attacking is in scope. It's the one the client gave us. There is a great podcast out there called Darknet Diaries. And if you've ever heard of Mubix, cool dude, right? He had a situation where he pen tested the wrong company that was almost identical to the other company he should have been pen testing. Great episode as well. So it's very, very important to listen to or make sure that you're validating your targets. So that's what the who is for. When we're talking bug bounties, we don't need to really do that because the information's on the web. They posted it. That is what they're saying. So just make sure that you're following the directive that they give you. On top of that, finding subdomains. So you can do some Google foo to find subdomains. You can use a tool called Dig. Nmap can find subdomains. Sublister is my go-to. This is my favorite. There's a tool out there called Bluto, which has kind of been iffy for me lately. And srt.sh is pretty good as well, etc. We'll talk about why we're after subdomains, but importantly, what it is say you have google.com. Okay, and then you're looking for interesting subdomains because maybe we don't want to stop at google.com. What if there's a dev.google.com or test.google.com? Maybe there's something that they put out there that was just for a dev environment or an admin environment or something that they were trying to not have publicly available, or they left kind of vulnerable. And we can find that and maybe leverage those attacks. So somebody asked if Nmap is active scanning. Yes, Nmap is active scanning. Nmap, in terms of this situation, is active. This is correct. Google foo is not. Dig is not. Sublister is not. Cert.sh is not. Okay? Nmap is. So good call on that. Fingerprinting. So this is where we start to kind of get into the active-ish area. Nmap could do fingerprinting. A tool called Wappalizer is very nice and could do fingerprinting. WhatWeb does fingerprinting as well. Built With is a website that we can use to do fingerprinting, and Netcat can actually be used to do fingerprinting as well. So some of these are active, some of these are passive. Wappalizer, Nmap are active. WhatWeb is active. Built With is passive, and Netcat is active. So Built With would be the passive here. Lastly, data breaches. Have I been pwned or similar list? This is one of the best areas, especially if you're doing network pen testing, but it still holds true for web apps as well. Looking through breach data lists and looking at some cool tools that are out there to utilize the passwords and information that have been given or have been dumped in breaches, like say the LinkedIn breach. This kind of information can be used later in attacks. There is a great website that I discovered actually a couple of weeks ago that I'll share with you guys. Before this, I had written my own tool. At this point, I think I'm just going to use the website from now on. Like my tool it's okay for what I need, but the website's so much more comprehensive when it comes to real pen testing. So I'll cover both of those as well. Okay, so let's get into some hands-on stuff. So we have a task here. Our task is going to be, we have been asked to gather information about the company iRobot.com. Let's take a look at some useful information gathering tools and see what we can come up with. That's the end. Now we're going to say, why iRobot? Well, if you go to bugcrowd.com/iRobot, that is why. Okay. So if we come through here and we're looking at some interesting stuff, right? So we have to look at the targets in scope. This is important. Okay, so we've got store.iRobot, www.iRobot. They've got some iTunes for the iOS and the Android Google Play Store, so their web app as well. And you can test your own iRobot. Okay, out of scope is only homesupport.irobot.com and irobot.in. So we cannot pen test against these. Do not try it. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So from here, there are a few things we need to do. But if we look at this, there is no wildcard here, like a wildcard or asterisk.irobot.com that would be out of scope. So that means that, okay, we have store.irobot, etc., www, but maybe there's a dev.irobot, right? So there's a bunch of tools that we can look at and gather information here. So let's take a look and just look at some of these tools. First things first, I'm going to open this up. Now, the first tool I want to show you is going to be Sublister, and then we'll take this a little further. So if you Google Sublister, and it's already in my search history, but you Google it like this, Sublister, with the 3 as an E, you're going to see that we have this GitHub here. Go ahead and click on the GitHub. Let's bring up the screen for a second, see how we're doing. Okay, the YouTube is so many people, I have to bring it over. There you guys go. Awesome. So don't know why it's not working for me. I already have it installed. If you guys can get to this domain, that's absolutely fine. Make sure I'm actually getting out to the web. I am. So if you need to copy this GitHub domain, it's right here. All you have to do is, I put mine in the op folder. Got some tools in here. I thought I did. Okay, it's in the root. I lied. So we go into Sublister here. So if you need to, just git clone on that on this address here, and you should be able to pull down the git. You'd actually have to go in there and clone it though. So from Sublister, if we say ls, we've got the sublister.py, and you say python sublister.py, and then all we have to do is say -d for the domain we want to target. And what are we going to target? We are going to target irobot.com, just like that. Okay, people are saying that it's in the apt repo now. I did not know that. So if you do apt, apparently apt install Sublister should work. Clearly, I'm having connection issues on this machine. So let's go ahead and let me switch over to this machine here. Make sure I can actually reach out. I think I know the issue. We'll just use my main pen test machine. So we could do apt install Sublister again. There we go. That's actually working. So instead of running sublister.py, we should just be able to use Sublister and it should work fine. Okay, so the reason I'm having this issue, in case you guys are curious, is one machine is natted. This machine is natted. This machine is bridged. So I have issues with nat, but the bridge machine's always constant. So okay, sublister. We do a domain. If you ever have a question on what you're doing as well, you could just type in sublister. Usually it'll give you some information. -D is there, or -- help tells you a little bit more as well. So we're just going to do -D for the domain. We'll try irobot.com, and that'll work now. Take a break here, grab a drink, and answer questions if I see anything worth answering. Okay, and this just takes a second, and this is one way to do it. So we'll look through this way. There's also other ways to do this. So if we take a look here, let's see what I've got open. I'm going to quit my tabs. Oh, it's just dogs anyway. I was using this for my, I was trying to find a dog to do an upload. Okay, so if we go to cert.sh, or yep, crt.sh, and we can look for, could do a %.irobot.com. The percent is a wildcard. And we do search. Nothing came up because I typed in iRobot incorrectly. iRobot. There you go. You do not have to provide API keys for sublister. It's fantastic. Okay, so you see a lot of overwhelming information that comes through here. This is great. Look at all these. robopro.irobot.com, educate, education, edu, robopro, trp-vpn.irobot.com. That's interesting. Active Directory, Federation Services, testenvironment.irobot.com, vpn.irobot.com, autodiscover, legacy, webmail. These are all very interesting subdomains. Meraki, MyJira. So not only are we pulling off information here about what type of subdomains they have, we're finding information about their internal network a little bit, right? Look, they've got Active Directory running. Okay, they've got autodiscover, which tells me they've got some kind of exchange environment. You come down and you see that they've got a Meraki in their network. They're using Jira. My Citrix test, okay, they're using Citrix. So they're using Slack, look, slack.irobot.com. Single sign-on down here. So we find a lot of information. Zoom, AWS, GitHub. So this is just getting juicier and juicier, right? We're not going to attack any of these, by the way, so don't get your hopes up. But just know that they're interesting. Now this is going to take a little bit. So we're looking here, and we could start navigating to some of these. Before we do that, let me go ahead and let me actually move this. Let me blank my screen for a second. I just don't want to show any kind of confidential information before I close out on my Burp Suite. I'm gonna load up Burp Suite Pro really quick. And also pull some information down. Close, temporary project. All right, I've loaded Burp Suite. Let's give that a second. Uno más. Looking for one note, guys, one note. Okay, so in Burp Suite, a couple things that we can do. So the old-fashioned way here is we can go into Preferences, and you can come down to, actually just scroll down in your Preferences in Firefox, and you go to Settings, and you can configure your proxy manually. You can use the settings here. I'll give you guys a second to actually write it down if you're interested. What we're looking for is the 127.0.0.1, and also we're looking for the 8080 on the port by default. So we're after both of those things. Okay, so the other way to do that is to actually install a tool called Foxy Proxy. So if we cancel this, I have this tool here called Foxy Proxy. All you got to do is Google Foxy Proxy and then go to the install. So if we say Foxy Proxy, and I'm already in my burp, so it's picking that up. Let me turn that intercept off. You go to Foxy Proxy, you can add on the standard here. Okay, and yes, you can follow along with most of what I'm about to do with Burp Suite community. So don't feel obligated to have to be a part of what I'm doing with Pro. But anyway, you can go ahead and just hit the install that would be here. Otherwise, we should be good to go. So what we can do is, if you saw in the initial request here, we did get our intercept. We can intercept one more time. And you can see now that if we come over here, there's an intercepted page. So what we're doing is we're intercepting a request. Now, if you're not familiar with GET requests or POST requests or different types of HTTP methods, I do encourage you to look those up because they are super important. Otherwise, we should be okay here. We'll get into method testing at some point in this course, I'm sure. So anyway, we're intercepting requests. We can come in here and change this request. We can make this a put if we want. We can do a lot of different tampering. We're not after that yet. We're just doing enumeration. And really what we want is we want to go out to the irobot.com site. And this is a little bit of passive versus active, right? So this is a little bit of active enumeration now. We come out to irobot.com. If you look in the targets, a lot of stuff is coming up. Look at all these websites that interact with iRobot. We've got a bunch of them here. I just saw Facebook pop up, so they've got a bunch, and it's just going to keep coming through. So we can actually go through and we can just do the iRobot and add this to scope. So I will show you guys that. If we just right click and add to scope, and then we'll say yes. And what we can do is we can just show only the in-scope items. And look what happens. It takes the rest of it away. Okay. And then, so what else we can do is we can do something a little bit better than this. What if we go to the scope and we use advanced control instead? And we say add. We'll do any on this protocol, host or IP range, port, file. So on the host range, what if we did some regex? What if our regex looked like this? And I'll give you guys a second to copy it. Okay, so we got a period, asterisk, backslash, period, test, backslash.com, $, right? So we're using that for scope. So now, instead of www, what if we just come out to iRobot? We can also add in the iRobot as well. So, and I also, no, that should be good. if it wants to actually load. You guys said you're annoyed by the alerts. I'll turn the alerts off. See if we can pull it in. And I use test.com, which is why nothing's showing up because I'm an idiot. So it's going to look like this. iRobot. Okay. Period. Wildcard. I can actually paste this into chat. This might actually be helpful. I'm losing my mind tonight. I'm on very, very little sleep. There you go. Let's try that. Okay, look. Why are we changing the scope? Because if we didn't change the scope, only thing here would be iRobot.com. www.irobot.com, okay? Because we have changed the scope, we now can start seeing other things like store.irobot.com. Okay? So now we get all the items in scope. Now we do know that we want one of them not in scope, right? And what was that we don't want in scope? If we come back to, let's go to Bug Crowd, and we'll go to iRobot. We don't want in scope this home support. So we can open that in a new tab, bring up this home support here, and then we can just remove this from the scope. And we won't ever see that again. Then we don't have to test it. I am drinking coffee. Somebody did notice that. Good call. So let's check on our sublister. Okay, sublisters come back now. If we look at sublister, look at all the stuff. Oh man, they've got Jenkins. We know Jenkins. JetBrains. A lot of stuff here. It's iced coffee. Why wouldn't it be in a glass? So keep coming through all these things. API.iRobot. So we can do like ADFS or maybe SSO or whatever else was there. Paste and go. See if that works. If that doesn't work, we could do, what was it, SSO.iRobot.com, something along those lines. Okay, and that brought us to ADFS. So ADFS, right? We just brought that up. And look, you could see when we actually go to a subdomain, they start showing up in here as well. So we can sign into this site. They've got all the other lists of sites that they have available for us to sign into as well. Proofpoint, Oracle Cloud, Qtest, RallyDev, Ring Central. So if you look at all these, they've got WebEx, Workday, Workfront. So yeah, and some people are asking the different colors here, right? So if we've actually accessed the site or been on it or Burp has touched it, it'll be black. If it is gray, it means we haven't navigated to it, but it knows about it through another website that we've encountered. So at this point, we've been to a couple, right? And the store automatically populated here. So anyway, what are some things that we can do? And what's nice about Burp as well is if you come through here, you could see that it starts like lighting up with these little orange here. So it says, hey, strict transport security is missing. And this is just a header misconfiguration. So it's saying HSTS is missing. If you read about it, you can read about the strict transport security protocol down here and what it should be set to if you read the advisory, blah, 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 right? So it gives you some information on this. And we didn't even do any scanning. This is just basically touching the website. Same thing with this cross-site scripting filter misconfiguration. They probably just don't have their cross-site scripting header in there. They're finding some cookies without flag set, probably not the login cookies because we haven't logged in. So these are really nothing we're going to be worried about at the moment. Clickjacking is off too. So it looks like they really don't care about their headers. We can also do a proof of concept on that. We can go to a website called headers.io or headers.com. I think it might be security headers. If this is a porn site, I'm so sorry. Securityheaders.io, I believe. Okay, and then we can go iRobot.com. And they get a big old F. Okay, so it tells you, this is nice when you're doing a pen test too, is it tells you here what's all missing. And these are recommended security headers that should be on a website. So if we're doing a pen test, we would identify the missing headers that they have and put this in as like a low finding. So this is something to be looking for, but nothing we're worried about at the moment. But just something as to relate to what we're seeing in here. This wouldn't be any kind of finding on a bug bounty or anything. This is very, very low finding, but it is a finding. Okay, so on top of that, we could do, so we're pulling in information here, right? And one thing that we can do is if we right click, say on iRobot itself, if we actually drop down, we can see all the pages that it's pulled up. We could, in fact, do a scan against this site if we wanted to. And now we could crawl and audit, or we could just crawl. Now crawl used to be what was called spidering. In spidering, I like spidering better than this crawl feature for whatever reason. I don't like this. Audit means that it's going to actively start trying to attempt exploitation against the website. And it does a vulnerability scan as well. We don't really want to do that at this point. We could just crawl it and see if it finds anything of interest. If you come over to the dashboard here, you can see that it's starting to crawl. It does take some time. You'll start to see them going from gray to black. They're lighting up here. That's what we're looking for too. It's crawling all these websites that it knows about. It's finding things like the robots.txt, and we can look at the robots.txt and see what's in there. So it looks like they're hiding images / home support and HRD right rail for whatever reason. If you're not familiar with what robots.txt is, this is telling like a search engine or a spidering like Google, for example. When Google spiders a website, it comes to iRobot like we're doing. And when it says robots.txt, it says, hey, don't include this in your search engine, please. So, and you see new stuff coming in. So we come through, and this is going kind of okay speed. We can click on the settings tab here. And what we could do is go into the resource pool, and we can create a new resource pool. Now you got to be careful with this, but I like to set it at 100 and just see. If it starts airing out, I'll pause it and I'll set it slower. But if you have the resources available, it's better because look, it's starting to go a lot faster than what it was doing. So I'm pretty sure this is a feature that is available for free Burp Suite. Now, if we did the active scan, if we go back in here and we do the audit selected items, this is not a free feature. On top of this, there are, if we go into the extender up here in the top corner, there is the App Store. The App Store is a wonderful, beautiful thing. You can come in here, such as a tool like this, ActiveScan++. Okay, ActiveScan++ is an additional to the ActiveScan that we can run. That's the vulnerability scanner. It looks for more stuff. Retire.js. This looks for vulnerable JavaScript libraries, right? So you want to look through some of these and add these in if you can. Additional scanner checks, etc. You know, this is nice to have these extended tools. You do not have that option with Burp Suite regular. You have to have Burp Suite Pro. So, and as it's looking, it's still identifying stuff. But again, we're not doing any active scanning. So unless it finds something crazy, you're probably only going to see header information in here. as to what it's seeing and what's possible. Okay. So this is all fun, useful information. There are a lot of other tools that we could use to help identify a website. Like, let's go back to iRobot. And if you see this tool I have right here, this is called Wappalizer, Wappallyzer. All you have to do is Google Wappalizer and install it to your Firefox instance. One of the must-have tools. If you look here, it tells us a lot of information of what's going on the site. It's got the CMS information of Sitecore. It's got widgets. It's telling us, hey, this is running on a Windows server, and we're running on IIS 10.0. So this is a little bit of information disclosure. My guess is if we looked at a response header from the website, that IIS, yeah, look right here. See this server IIS 10.0? It's telling us right here what the server is. It's IIS 10.0. You should not disclose your information in your headers like this. This would be a low finding on a pen test. So I'm hidden by overlay. I'm so sorry, guys. Let me take my ugly mug off. So again, here's the Wappalizer. So IIS 10.0 Windows Server here. You can see Google Analytics. But back to what I'm saying is this server response, all we did was make a GET request. We said, hey, I want your webpage, irobot.com. And then the response said, hey, here's all my information, gave us some cookies, right? Come through, and it's got the whole HTML and everything else that's in here. Now we can render that web page if burp's being friendly. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And it doesn't look like this one's being friendly. I think there was an issue with the version I'm on. They've since patched it. I've been using it on Windows and it's been fine. But you can get the HTML as well. But if you just look at the raw response, right here in the header tells us what kind of server it is. On a pen test, I would ding this. On a bug bounty, they don't care. This is too low of a finding. But the issue here and what we're after is we're saying, okay, you're providing me information. And while Microsoft IIS 10.0 might not be vulnerable right now, it could be vulnerable later. And this is just a fingerprint, right? I'm fingerprinting this. But it also tells me you're running a Microsoft server, most likely behind the scenes, right? So when I'm doing my attacks, I'm not looking necessarily for PHP files. I'm looking for ASP files, ASPX, ASM, ASMX. When I'm doing my exploits or exploit attempts, I'm not doing /etc/ shadow or password. I'm looking for boot.ini. So this just a little piece of information gives me clues on how I can narrow down my exploits when it gets later on in the show. So this is why, again, fingerprinting enumeration is important. But if we're doing enumeration on this, we're after a lot of stuff, right? We're going to Google IIS 10.0. And we're going to say, hey, is this vulnerable? Is IIS 10.0 vulnerable, Google? And Google will say yes or no, and here's why. Sitecore, is this Sitecore vulnerable? Same thing, we can come through here. jQuery 3.3.1 _.js. This is kind of why we have these active scanners as well. And look, we're running on Azure here. It's picking up platform as a service as Azure, so this is sitting in the cloud. Chances are, very, very highly likely, if we got a reverse shell on this machine, we're not going to be in their environment, would be my guess. This is probably in a DMZ, but even better, it's out in the cloud, right? So, but we can see ASP.NET Framework, it's all coming together. There's JavaScript as well. So a lot of information to be had just from this. Another great website similar to this is BuiltWith. So we can just say something like builtwith.com. And we can do the same thing, irobot.com. And you can see all the stuff that is running. This is all fingerprint information, right? They've got the widgets here, all the different widgets they use, e-commerce functionality, the frameworks they're using. Okay, so there's a lot of information to be had here. So if we're doing a pen test, on a site like this, we want to gather that information and keep it in our back pocket. This is all very important stuff to have in our back pocket. And then we can check on our scan. See, our scan's still going. It's got 3 minutes left. It's made 5,600 requests, and we're still going. So other things that we can do. Now, there are some good websites. What I won't demonstrate, but I will show you to an extent, is this website that I discovered, and it is called WeLeakInfo.com. Now, this site is pretty awesome. Let me blow this up just a little bit. So if we come in here and we look at this. So it costs $2 for this site, by the way. $2 for 24 hours access. That's plenty of time. You can come in here and you can do a domain. So I could say @irobot.com. And @irobot.com, it'll return anybody that's been in a data breach. It'll return information about them. It'll return possibly a first name, last name, the IP address, an email tied to that domain, etc. And then we can just start really narrowing it down. We could say, okay, Bob Smith is part of this domain. Let's take that username and that password, and let's try to log in somewhere. Like we had this sign-in page. Let's try to sign in with that username or password. That's what's called credential stuffing. We take this information here and we try to pass it along in credential stuff, right? On top of that, we can try to do some other things. Now, some more advanced stuff that I've tried is that so say I find Bob Smith, okay? And Bob Smith is part of this company or whatever, and I want to search by his name. Okay, I search Bob Smith, I find who I know is him, and I do this usually by unique names, like you try to find a unique name. And we say, okay, we found this unique person. It'll show their personal email addresses as well. So just because you don't find the domain, you can find their personal email address, look through all the dumps and see password similarities. And it's amazing. Another thing is, too, you can search by a hash. Say that you find a user and their hash hasn't been cracked. You can actually search that hash and tie them to other email addresses and find information that way. So what happens is you tie an employee to their entire history through anything that you can gather. Start gathering information about them, password reuse, whatever it is. It's only a matter of time before you find somebody who just added an exclamation or used the same password or whatever it is, and you're able to log into something that you shouldn't be logged into. So this is more or less part of external testing. Now, when I do pen testing for a web app, typically how I package it is I will sell the external pen test for that web app as well, because you want to scan the server and make sure that there's no weird open ports or nothing's going on, that you can't just hack into the web server itself, regardless of what's on 80 or 443. So as part of that, I will do credential stuffing and password spraying and all the other stuff. This is a fantastic site. Now, in the past, I had built a tool that did the similar thing, and I still use it on a quick fly list. And I'll click on it real quick just to show you. But this breach parse tool did the same thing. It just came through. There's a 44 gigabyte download that you have to download. And it parses that list and you say, hey, @irobot.com, what's in here? And then you pull down all the users and passwords. And that's really what we're after. So you can find a lot of information, similarities, password reuse, usual suspects, etc. So very, very good stuff here as well. Whew. Okay, I need a drink. 1 second. Okay, so on the same front, we can also come into here, and there's a website, which I had pulled up in the other one. It's called hunter.io. Let me see if this is back to working. If we go to hunter.io here, and you sign up for an account, you get like 20 searches or something a month. And I could see if I can pull up another one here. I just don't want to have to log in and everything. Okay, here's hunter.io. So let's say that we're searching for iRobot.com. You see there's 71 results here. And you can see that it gives you the most common pattern of first initial dot last name, or first initial last name at iRobot.com. We see that to be true pretty much across the board. And then if I'm trying to get into their application through enumeration, this is one of the popular ways. You take some of this. A lot of times you could pass this to like an Outlook server and see if there's valid usernames and passwords, and then you just start spraying these. You need to be very, very careful because you can lock somebody out of their account, especially if they're in Active Directory. So don't just go spraying and praying if you don't have permission. Make sure that you're not spraying and praying without permission. Okay? So anyway, that is that. Also a very, very good tool here, okay? So this just gives us more information. We can go out to LinkedIn. We can look at employees at iRobot.com and we could say, okay, I know it's first initial last name. I'm going to add them to my list. And that's how you get a nice long list of users and credentials, or potential credentials that you can find on them. Is there somebody causing drama, guys? Hold on a second. Give me 1 second to open up the chat bot. Is there somebody in here? I don't have them in the chat. I can't ban them. No ban hammer, unfortunately. I don't see him in here. Okay, let's take a couple minute break and just chat for a second. Did I lose my screen? No, that's weird. Chat for a second. Any questions on what we've seen before I keep pushing forward or doing more? I just want to make sure everybody's up to speed. Okay. Am I always drinking coffee? No, usually energy drinks, but I'm really tired, but I didn't want to be too amped up. Thoughts of SQL map on a production server? Be very careful, you might tip it over. But if SQL injection's in scope, go for it. Did I find these tools by just searching? Just, yeah, searching around, looking at other people's enumeration is how you would do it. Once you have those credentials, it might be fair to fetch the same info over all systems. Yes. Okay, only questions about this, guys. Has my 2080 Ti been worth it? Yes, but we'll ask AMA here in a minute. I'm gonna come back. We're getting down to AMA. We're not there yet. Does Wappalizer leave a footprint? That's a great question. It's public information by just going there, so I don't think it's a big deal to have it on. So anyway, all right, I'm going back to the screen. So screw this VM, it's all jacked up. So we come back in here. We can do scanning against the website. Let's talk a little bit about scanning. We've been talking mostly just on kind of passive scans. We haven't gotten super active. So with active, one thing that we can do, we can just, for example, run a couple tools. One tool that I like to run is nicto. You can say -h for host and just do something like iRobot.com. Now, in a bug bounty program, are you really going to find anything? Probably not. This is not something, again, for bug bounties that we want to do. Really what we're after here is we are after this in terms of a web penetration test. And let's see if it actually comes back with any information. It should be almost instant. Let me let me copy this and try putting the www in front of this one. There we go. Boom. I screwed up. Okay, what's nice about this? Well, Nikto is a vulnerability scanner. Okay? Nikto will come through, it'll tell us some information. It'll say, hey, here's your target IP. I'll show you why this is nice here in a minute. It's got the SSL cert info. Sometimes we find things like wildcard certifications and just no-nos in here. Again, just findings on pen tests, but still information that's useful. It's also going to tell us header information. Look, that same header information here. Anti-clickjacking is missing. Anti-XSS is missing, right? And the server header change to Akamai Ghost, I don't know how to say that, which suggests a web application firewall. Ooh, we're up against a WAF. So we'd let this run in a real world situation. We'd see if it pulls back anything. It's just doing some light vulnerability scanning. It's going to see if any of the frameworks or anything running behind the scenes is potentially vulnerable to what we're scanning against. Nikto doesn't find a lot of useful information if you're talking bug bounty programs. All right, so anyway, what we're going to do here too is, let's say that we want to scan this for the SSL and we want to look at the ciphers. Let's say we want to look at nmap 443 on the port, and there's a script that I like that is -- script equals SSL enum ciphers, and then we'll just say actually we'll just do the IP address that we have. Let's try that script real quick. And they did really well. Look at that. That was fast too. So we're looking at the TLS ciphers that they're using. So if we come through, I'll scroll back up for a second. This is something that we check when we're doing a pen test, a web app pen test. Okay, so I pulled with Nikto, I pulled the IP address. We came back and I ran this SSL enum cipher script against the IP address we pulled with Nikto up here. And then you come down, you run it, and you check against ciphers. It gives it a grade between A and F. And as you can see, if you scroll down all the way to the bottom, their least strength is an A. So they're doing very well on the cipher front. Now, ciphers are incredibly hard to exploit. It takes a lot of time. It's not something that most people will ever do in their lifetime. It's just something that is valuable during an enumeration phase to report back on. And if they're using, like, say, if they're having Fs in their ciphers, okay, maybe that's an issue, right? Like a big issue. And maybe there's other things that are wrong out there if they're neglecting just simple things like ciphers, maybe we have issues, right? Okay, so other things that we can do. We can nmap the server to get fingerprints, right? We just nmap the ciphers, but we could say nmap 80443, and we could do -a t4, something like this. We can hit paste on the IP and scan that way. And this will take a little bit of time because we're running the -a to scan against this. But this just allows us to gather some more information. As you tell, we have gone into more of an active scanning phase here. So anyway, on top of this is going to take a while. If we're talking Nikto scanning, Nikto takes forever. Okay, nmap's done already. So you see some information here on the SSL certs. It's pulling down alternatives as well. That's cool. You can see the service version has changed here. Invalid URL that we're pulling down. So it might be load balancing. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's changing it. So we actually didn't really pull down a lot of information. We got the SSL cert. Nothing too much else here besides like our DNS, right? Or not our DNS, sorry, our trace route. Yeah, I wondered if all the people scanning iRobot are going to freak them out too, but right now we're YOLOing out. So this is good. If we come back into here, say for example that we wanted to actively scan against this, you got to be careful with active scans. And let's go ahead and do a right-click scan on iRobot. This is only for Burp Suite Pro. Let's say audit, because we already crawled it, right? Let's just say audit. Now we can consolidate the items here. Like we can come in here, remove duplicates if there's any duplicates. We can remove items with no parameters if we want, just to get out of this. So that way we're only fuzzing things for, like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and places where we can inject information and parameters. So that brings us down to a nice list of 4, and it's off of a home page. It's not really going to find much, but we could active scan against this, right? Now, let's talk about the proper way of doing this. This is not the proper way. If we're going to do active scanning, what we should do is we should go to the website, and when we're at the website, we need to click around. We need to go to, accessories and anything. Now that takes us to store.iRobot, but we really want to self-spider the site. Uh-oh, I think I got banned from iRobot. Perfect. So anyway, you want to, yes, mapping. You want to manually map the website. So anyway, what we do is why we do that is we gather through here, and we want to gather as much information because our spider is going to miss some information. Spider finds a lot of things that maybe we don't find, but at the same time, we have to be the counterpart and help out here. Yeah, I'm not worried about the ban, guys. Like everybody else is saying, it's perfectly normal. We're running a lot of traffic against their site. Okay. So, with the information that we found and everything else, then we would start scanning it. Now, I'm going to throw out some caveats or some, please don't do this. If you are in a application and say, for example, you have admin access, because that's how it works with pen tests. Typically, they give you an admin account and a lower level account. Say you have an admin account that controls usernames. You can create new users, delete users, etc. You go in there, you spider that. Maybe you create a new user. Maybe you delete a user. And you use that process, and that gets all stored inside of this. So all those requests that you made will get put into here. Now, if you run an active scan against those requests, guess what? It's going to repeat those requests. And you could end up deleting a whole database or adding a bunch of junk users. Same thing with forms and all kinds of other stuff. Now, I made this mistake. I made this mistake not that long ago. And you know what actually probably tipped us off, guys? You guys are talking about the WAF. It's honestly the NICTO probably. The NICTO is so identifiable when we're talking against any decent WAF. It's going to pick up NICTO in a second. So my guess is when we started scanning here, it picked it up. You see it changed. Honestly, that's what happened. So NICTO probably screwed us up. Okay, so I will talk about the mistake I made just this week doing a web app pen test. So I'm working on a client web app pen test, and they have multi-factor authentication, right? So I logged in, provided my username and password. I did my multi-factor. Now the multi-factor, it goes to my cell phone. Well, I'm the idiot who did a active scan on the unauthenticated side there, just on the login page, and it had my credentials stored. So guess what? I got like 100 and something text messages at one time because Burp Suite was going through and generating login. And yeah, so tons and tons of text messages. So don't be like me. Be very careful when you run an active scan. And you guys are talking about being quiet, right? everybody's everybody's talking about being quiet, and I'll speak on that as well. And this is my belief. As a pen tester, I am loud, and I'm intentionally loud. I want to know if you are going to see me in the network or you're going to see me scanning your website. Anything I throw at you, I want to know. If you catch me, awesome. You've caught me. I'll tone down the scanning. We'll make it slower. We'll make it quieter. But if you don't catch me, that's something I have to report on my report, and that will help us tune the sim or tune your WAF or tune whatever it is to make it better, right? So I really am. Everybody says be quiet, be quiet. You have to be loud. In my opinion, you have to be loud. People can disagree with that if they want, but how is the blue team going to get better if you're going in pro stealth mode right away when they can't catch somebody that is a beginning scanner, like a script kiddie, right? So does Burp Suite actually throw in such dangerous queries? It's not the dangerous queries that Burp Suite is doing. It's mimicking what you've already done. So if you went in and deleted a test user that you created, Burp Suite's going to already know that you deleted that user. And what if a user is just a user ID 1 and then it tries user ID 2 or something like that? And then it just gets, it just starts deleting people. You don't want that. And look, at least on mine, it lit up red that it found a vulnerable version of the jQuery UI 1.11.2. My guess is with jQuery, it's probably some sort of cross-site scripting. I'm not going to dig into it. We're not going to get into any kind of exploitation against the public bug bounty on stream. But this is what lights up red. And we're not even scanning against this. It just picked this up passively. Well, kind of actively, right? But it just picked it up without doing an active scan. It is from the retire.js extension, exactly. And there is no time in the pen test engagement to stay quiet, exactly as well. Okay, this one request finished already on the scan, pretty quick. I don't think it pulled in, well, we only did 5 pages, right? So you're not gonna find a lot. We're unauthenticated. We didn't really crawl the website. We're doing bad enumeration. Let's see if we're unbanned. Nope, we're still banned. It's okay. So really here, we're closing in on an hour and a half, and I'm feeling comfortable. Like, all this is, what we're doing and what I'm showing you is just different paths and ways to get enumeration on a website, right? I think Burp Suite Pro is by far the most useful tool that you can have in your pen testing toolkit, by far. I have gotten bug bounties just because of Burp Suite Pro finding something that I didn't catch. So this will not catch everything. It maybe catches 30% of what's there. You are responsible for the other 70%, and you're going to see this as we go further. My goal for us in this course, my goal as homework for this course is, let's go out to the website. Let's see if I remember my website. Let me pull up my juice shop here. And if I could find my juice shop. Okay, also don't hack my juice shop, please. Because then I'll just be sad. So if we go out to the Juice Shop app, welcome to Juice Shop. Yay. Okay, this is the first time you see it. This is our application. This is what I want to pen test. So what I want us to do, and what I want you guys to practice, is take everything we've learned today, and practice it again. Now, you don't have to do sublister against this. Don't worry about that. You're going to have your own subdomain. Nothing else is going to be here in terms of a subdomain. What you should do, I mean, you can run it, but it's going to come off public information anyway. You're not going to find anything, right? What I want you to do is practice loading this in, coming in here and showing only in scope items, coming in here and fixing your scope, right? Saying, okay, well, I want to do juice shop. So I'll go to the juice shop and then I will put that one and only that one in scope. And then we just go from there. So it's really like, this is what we're after. We're after being able to scope our stuff. We'll work on intercepting with proxies. We'll work on intruder, repeater. You're going to learn all these different tools as we go. First things first, get your website enumerated. Come in here, click on some stuff. Look at this, submit something. Just play around and see what you can see, and then get there. So there is a scoreboard, which you have to find, but if you're looking at it, you can just find the scoreboard off of what I have. If we come in here, it has all the different difficulties. You see there's 9, 10, 19, 21, 16, and 11. So we are going to go through these. It has all your challenges. Even some of these have little walkthroughs. So this DOM-based XXS has a walkthrough. It's really nice. This is a very, very nice platform. So that's the homework. I think I'm capping it here. The point I wanted to hammer down is the importance of enumeration, some basic concepts on how to set up your burp and how to use burp, how to do a little bit of scanning with burp, a little bit of enumeration. Sublisting is super important when you're doing a pen test. Tools like Nikto, tools like Nmap, all of those are super important. There's also public resources out there like Built With. There's Wapalizer. There's a bunch of stuff. The WeLeak info, right? Like all the things that we covered tonight. I encourage you to go back and rewatch this and just see all the steps that you can do and enumerate what you have here. Now, next week, what we're going to do is we're going to go into these difficulties, like I said, step by step. I'll hold your hand. We'll explain why everything is the way it is. So we're going to be covering cross-site scripting, obviously, here. And we'll go through these challenges and talk about them and why they're important. So I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Welcome to Web App Testing, week number 2. This week we are doing the trivial challenges. So what does that mean? We're going to learn some things today. We're going to learn a little bit of enumeration. Last week I left you off with homework on, hey, you should enumerate the app and see what you can find, right? And this week we're going to cover, okay, what do we find? And I'm also going to show you what Burp Suite Pro looked like. And I did an active scan with Burp Suite Pro. We'll take a look at what that looked like and what the status of that was. On top of that, we'll look at some inspection and talk about why inspecting elements are important. We'll look at cross-site scripting today. We're going to do reflected and DOM-based. Stored is to come later. And then lastly, we're going to talk about code manipulation and UI bypassing. How can we alter code into our favor? You guys are complaining about death by PowerPoint. It was 2 slides. 2 slides, you dicks. Anyway, we've got 3 things here. If you are lost at any point tonight when we're talking about, 2 right now. If you are lost at any point when we're talking about coding, when we talk about HTML, we talk about JavaScript, we've got 2 good resources in my opinion. I'm sure there's more. You guys can link more if they're out there. Codecademy is a great website. You can sign up and try the Pro for free. I don't even think you have to submit a credit card. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. If you go to codecademy.com and go to the catalog, you come through here. They've got all different kinds of stuff. But if you're looking for some good things, how to build websites, great stuff. They've got HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Look into some of these things and just learn the basics. You don't have to be a full-on developer to be a pen tester, especially with web app. It just helps. Okay, it really, really helps. Somebody said no credit card required. That's awesome. They don't make you put in any credit card. So you get a full week of Pro, and you can see which ones are Pro by the upper corner here. I've done the Python 3 Pro. It's really good. And on top of that, you have this website here, Team Treehouse. Now, back in the day, this is how I learned. So it was about $25 a month for this. They got tech degree paths and stuff. I wouldn't worry too much about that. You can just do your courses based on, how you want to do them. But they've got front-end web development here, which is exactly what we're looking at, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So 25 bucks a month, really, really not that bad if you can swing it. If not, start out with Codecademy and just start learning there. Pick up a cheap book. This hasn't changed much. Just look for an HTML5 book or a CSS book or a combination. Look for a JavaScript. The library has great books on this stuff. So Team Treehouse is fantastic when it comes to learning. I like it better than Codecademy, but Codecademy is free. So just my opinion on that front. Okay, so let me open up my handy dandy notebook and we're going to cover everything today. So my challenge to you was to come into your Juice Shop app and you should have enumerated it, right? And we'll cover the enumeration process here in a second. One thing that I wanted to point out is I have two Burp Suite instances open. Now this Burp Suite here is my Pro Edition. And what did I do with my Pro Edition? From the external side here, unauthenticated, I ran a crawl. So remember last week we crawled, right? We just did a right click, scan, and then we crawled. I also ran an active scan. Not only did I run an active scan, but I ran the active scan with a bunch of extender features added in. You can see all the check marks here of what I ran. And if we look at what came back, it found, okay, some stuff, but really it didn't find a whole lot. And as you're going to see tonight, it should have found a lot more. So the reason I'm showing you this is because, it's important to not rely on your scanner, right? So you don't rely on your scanner because it's going to miss things. Yes, it will pick things up and it will help. Like we picked up possibly Python code execution. We don't know if these are false positives yet. Picked up SQL injection and says, hey, this is SQLite. That is accurate. And this is one of the few accurate things that it found. Cross origin, it found cores. Okay. So with what you're going to see today, just on the unauthenticated side, know that it's missing stuff. Okay. So I'm getting complaints. Can you guys see? Can you see the screen? Everything's Gucci gang. I just want to make sure because one of you saying you can't, but I would guess that more of you would be saying it. So, okay, I've confirmed people can see it. Slightly laggy. We're having some issues here. We're having some issues. We're getting some drop frames as well. I don't know what's going on with that. Unfortunately, there's a new setting that came out, and there's also bad weather and everything else that's been coming out. So we're gonna push on with the stream. So anyway, okay, back into Juice Shop. So I'm going to load up Juice Shop here, and what you need to do to follow along is just open up Burp Suite instance. And make sure that your proxy's running. You have your intercept on, and it should be pulling in your Juice Shop, right? So remember, we set up this last time. Hey, Retina, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. So we pulled this up last time. It should be the same thing, right? So if we were to go here and refresh, and then we come back, you should have a blinking intercept. So we need to make sure that we're filtering through here. Now that we are, we can come over here and we can either copy this here, this HTTPS, and add this to our scope. And that's the wrong burp. Come through, and then we'll just say add to scope and just paste this Juice Shop here. All right, and now it's coming through. And I think the issue that I'm having, guys, is that the weather is causing a lot of issues right now. So this is being a little bit delayed on my side as well, guys. I can't do anything about the weather, unfortunately. Hey, thanks, SA1569. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's go up here in hiding not found items. Let's do show only in scope items. And then now we only got the Juice Shop here. So what's going on here? Well, we've got some things that are found, but nothing yet. It hasn't really crawled the page, right? It found a little bit of things here. It found API assets, REST API, okay, socket.io. Not a lot of information yet. So what we're going to do is if we right click and we say scan, we can go ahead and crawl this page. Before we crawl the page though, what I want to do is come into here and I want to just click around. That's one thing we should do is just click around. So click on here. Maybe we can add a comment, just say test. Anywhere you like. Okay, we put test in there. That's fine as anonymous. Click on buttons. Let's click on the login form. Maybe try to submit some stuff. Okay, invalid password. Give customer feedback and just, submit some things here. What's 2 minus 10 times 8? We've got 80. What is that? Is that negative 78? I don't even know how to do math. Submit, maybe not submit. Hey, it's submitted. Okay. Click through, about us. Same thing, do a search. We can just put in tests. All we're doing is just getting parameters in here. We just want to get as much information into this app that we can. Okay. So there's that. Now let's go check out Burp Suite one more time. And nothing new, that's fine. But let's go ahead and right click scan and crawl. And just say okay. Actually, we can do a resource pool, make this a little bit faster. I'll do 100 threads, say okay. This should finish really fast. You can see new things are coming in. And it's going to start automatically solving challenges for us because some of our challenges were just navigating to pages. That's absolutely okay. We'll talk about the challenges still and go through it. So yeah, J Delta noted that it found FTP. It absolutely found FTP. We'll talk about that here in a second as well. So your scan should be finished pretty quick. If we come through here, we see a few interesting files just looking at it, right? Again, we still haven't scanned for anything, so we won't have a lot of issues with the web app itself. We can see that, okay, there's a cookie that's coming through and it's not being set with a secure flag. We'll talk about why the secure flag is important later, and go from there. Same thing, we've got this HSTS. This is just a header issue here, so nothing too big of a deal. One of the most interesting files that we can look at first is this robots.txt. So if we click on robots.txt and we look at the response of the robots.txt, you can see it says disallow FTP. Now, if you don't know what robots.txt is, this just says, hey, what can or cannot be crawled by a web crawler, right? So they're saying, hey, don't crawl this FTP location. And this is just like saying to attackers, hey, don't come, don't look here. So it's telling us don't look here. Why is it telling us don't look here? Well, there's a folder here, FTP. Maybe something is interesting in this little area. So we'll have to check out the FTP area as well. As you can see, it already found it on its own. So from here, let's go ahead and start with our challenges. Now, we've already solved 2 on accident, and that is completely expected. That's fine. What we're going to do on this page, there's 2 things that we should do on a page. One is we should always right-click and view the source. You're looking at the source code to see if there's anything of interest in here. Are there comments? Did the developer leave something behind? Are there hard-coded credentials, right? Nothing really that interesting in here that we can see. So that's fine. They've got a script running, and it's just asking about cookies. So we won't worry about that right now. Let's go ahead and just right-click again and say Inspect Element. And we can bring this up a little bit. Now, the inspector is going to be our friend tonight. And I should note that tonight's going to be very chill. I don't even know if this is going to go an hour and a half. It might go an hour and a half. If it doesn't, not a big deal. We're on the trivial challenges at this point. The farther we go into the weeks and we get more difficult, it'll ramp up, I think, very, very quick. So with this, we're looking at the inspector, right? And we can hover over some things and kind of find our way around the page. Like, you can see that, okay, it's highlighting everything here, but maybe we just want this top app bar. You see it's highlighting the app bar up here, and we can just dive right into this and scroll through, look around, right, and look at all this stuff. We can also come in here, and there's a console for us to insert our own code if we wanted to. There's this debugger here, which is interesting because we can look at the JavaScript files. Now, if you look at this JavaScript file, look at this. It's not very pretty. We can actually come down here and just do pretty print source is exactly what it's called. And you can look now and see that there is some pretty print down here. Much better, but we're still looking at 44,000 lines of code. How the hell do we go through all this, right? Very carefully is one answer. We can look through it to see if we can find any, comments or anything of interest as well. It's a long time. This is why web app assessments take a long time as well, is because there's so much fine-tooth combing that you have to do. In this instance, we can do is just hit Control F, and we can do a find in file here. So we're looking for something first. Our first challenge is finding the scoreboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to search score, and I'm just going to cheat a little bit here and help you guys because 33 results return. Instead of going 1 through 33, go ahead and hit the up arrow and get to the 33rd result, or else we'll be disappointed scrolling through. So, and again, to get to the search bar, Control F to get to the search bar. So if we hit up and we get to the 33rd result, we see score dashboard, right? So in order to do this, we see that we're at a pound sign here, / let's just enter in score dashboard like that. And we solve the challenge of finding the scoreboard. So I'll give you guys a second to catch up there. So I'm going to go ahead and open up as well Juice Shop in a new tab. That way we have the scoreboard and we can reference it. So I'm not going to go in order. I put these together when I was prepping the lesson plan in a logical sense. So we'll cover these in a logical way, at least the way I think is logical. So we found the scoreboard. Great. We've already found the confidential document, but let's go ahead and just prove concept on that. So we found the FTP location. We can search for the FTP and come into there and see. And if you see, here's FTP. They've got a bunch of stuff in here. Suspicious errors, YAML file. They've got a bunch of different things. There's a quarantine. If you see juicy malware windows. So we don't need to dive into this yet. But if you click on the acquisitions here and you access that acquisitions, that is how you would gather the second flag that we're looking for. So this is just the point of doing this challenge and the next couple challenges are enumeration. This is all about enumeration. This is all about what can I find, what's not just on the surface, what is not just readily available and discoverable by Burp Suite, right? Burp Suite didn't discover this scoreboard by any means. This is all human interaction. And this is why until, our scanners get significantly better, we are still much, much needed, and we cannot rely on Burp Suite to tell us everything. Web app testing is 90% manual testing. So going on from there is a challenge in here that is talking about redirects. So it's asking us about redirect for cryptocurrency. So what we can do is we can right click and we can go ahead and view the source or inspect the element again. And let's go back into this debugger here and do a Control F. So we're looking for a redirect. So again, let's just search for this redirect. All this is trying to teach us to do, again, is just to kind of search around for things. So if I'm searching for a redirect, we can look through this code and just kind of tab down. I think it's the fourth one down. And it said cryptocurrency, a redirect for cryptocurrency. If you look here, this is Bitcoin data, and this is a redirect page. So we could literally just copy this and then go ahead and just paste it over here. or freeze out the entire entire instance of this. Well, that's fun, right, guys? Let me kill Firefox. Maybe we found a new bug. Oh, no, it worked. Oh, I see what I did. Holy shit, it copied the whole console. Yeah, let's kill Firefox. That's bad news bears, guys. Okay, let's not open that. So it should look, and I'll print this for you guys in the chat. I absolutely copied 44,000 lines. Okay, that's the redirect. And I didn't paste it in both chats. Sorry, guys. There you go. I'll paste it in both chats. So you can see that if you follow that link, it will redirect. That's mine. You're going to have to replace your juice shop up in the top with whatever your Heroku app is. Okay, so again, this stuff is just all about searching, right? That's all it's teaching you to do here is searching. These are very trivial. They're kind of boring. We're going to get into the fun stuff here in just a second. So we solved that one. We'll talk about the error handling here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and talk about the repetitive registration. So here it says follow the dry principle while registering a user. So if you don't know what the dry principle is, the dry principle means don't repeat yourself. Okay, don't repeat yourself. So the dry principle, if you look it up, it states that every piece of knowledge must have a single authoritative representation within a system. Okay, so violations of this are actually called wet. So you're doing the opposite of dry, which is called wet, right? So that wet stands for write everything twice, we enjoy typing, waste everyone's time. You should write your code logically, and your code should not repeat itself. Okay, so this is the dry principle. Now it wants you to follow the dry principle when registering a user. So if we go into user registration, so let's go to login here. And it says not yet a customer. Okay, well, in this situation, if we're going to follow the dry principle, where can we repeat ourselves twice? Right here. So we're looking for an error in terms of testing, and this is just showing you a way. The purpose behind this is to show you a way to test this password authentication. So go ahead and put in an email account. I'll just say test@test.com. And what you're going to want to do is type in a 5-character password. On the second one, go ahead and start typing that 5-character password. And it should be popping up for you. It should say, hey, let me refresh this. It should say for you guys, there we go. Now we're getting the error handling. So test@test.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for me. And then you start typing a password. It should say, hey, your passwords do not match, right? Okay, make them match. Now come back up here, change it from a 5 or 6 or whatever. Now these passwords don't match, but it's not telling us that they don't match. Right, so this is an issue. This is an error, especially if we can submit this and register that user. So put your eldest sibling's name, middle name, we'll just say Bob. And let's try to register a user. And we did. We successfully registered a user. So repetitive registration's complete. And we could see what password that actually took. So it took the first password. The second password check was never even being supplied to the system. It's actually just taking the first password and checking if that second password was a match. As soon as it was a match, it goes ahead and stops, right? It stops looking for it. So let's go ahead and log back out. We're going to stay on the unauthenticated side for a little bit longer. KH405, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so from here, let's look at a couple more challenges. So we're going to look at some improper input validation here. And we're going to actually write our own code. So let's write our own code and talk about let's talk about some HTML forms and how they work, and then you'll get to see this in an example. So if we come over, and actually I'm going to load up Kali for this. I'll make this bigger for you guys. Now, what I'm about to show you, I have seen on web app pen tests before, in the very recently. So this is an issue with how some people decide to store credentials. So let me show you. So let's go ahead and write an HTML document. So the document I want to write is going to be very simple. Let's just say gedit, and we'll say we'll just call this index.html. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say HTML head like this. We'll do a title, and we'll just call this my form. If I could type and kill the title, and then we'll put in the body. This is pretty standard HTML, right? We could declare the doc type at the top if we want. So from here, let's go ahead and put in a div, and we're going to put in a header. We're going to say super secret creds, right? Thanks for not using Vim. You're welcome. /h3 here. And let's go ahead and tab in, and we'll add another div, and let's add a form inside this div. So we'll add a form, and we'll break a line, give some spacing. And for the form, we'll say username. We'll break it out, and then we're going to put an input field here. Input type equals text. And then we'll say name equals username. So we're just going to declare a name for this input. And then we'll give it a value of like Joe. That gedit tab in yo. All right, break a line here, right? And then let's put a password. And again, we'll do input. And then we'll give it a type of password. We'll give it a name of password. And we'll even give it a value of password. Okay. So now let's kill the input here. And let's kill the form. And I didn't kill this out. Kill the form. Kill the div. And the other div. And then end your body, your head, and your HTML. I will give this a second for you guys to catch up with what I just typed. So all we have here, if you're not very familiar with HTML, is we just wrote a quick little header. It says super secret creds. We've got two fields here. We've got one that's going to say Joe, one that's going to be hidden password field. Again, I have seen this in the recent testing experience. So let's go ahead and save this. And then we can just say Firefox index HTML. Did I screw up my I screwed up my code. That's fine. I'm not concerned. Yeah, it should go body, then head, and then HTML. Or however you've got it. So anyway, if we look here, we've got a username and a password. Doesn't look beautiful. Doesn't need to, right? We don't know what this password is, right? It's asterisk out. If you have ever been in an application and you see your password stored like this, always good to know if you could just right click and inspect the element and see if there's anything that you can do to tamper with this. So we look down into the form, we come down here, and you see that the value here is, or the type is considered password. But what if we just change this to text? And then it reveals the text that's sitting in behind here. So anyway, so we've got the password revealed. Now, this is an easy way to reveal passwords. You're welcome. That guy was getting annoying. Anyway, we don't have tolerances for know-it-alls on the stream, guys. So from here, this example, this demonstration that I'm showing you, the whole reasoning behind it is because that leads into what we're going to see, and this is very real world. So if we go back into our application and we say, okay, back to the scoreboard. Okay, so we are looking to solve now. Which one are we after? We are after the 0 stars. Okay, so this is the next one we're after. 0 stars. So in order to do 0 stars, we got to give a devastating 0-star feedback to the store. Okay, so if we go to contact us and go to customer feedback, this is where we give feedback. Now, we can write a comment, something like, "You suck. I am a keyboard warrior who leaves terrible comments on pages, but never reveals my true identity." Does that sound like it came from the heart? Because it did. All right, 3 times 8 is 24. Times 10 is 240. Solve the CAPTCHA. Now we still can't hit submit, right? It wants us to give some sort of rating. Okay, it wants us to give 1 through 5. But in order to actually complete this challenge, we have to leave a 0-star rating. How are we going to do that? Well, I just showed you. We need to go back to the inspect element and try to play with the UI here. Okay, so we'll scroll down. We find the div exactly that we need. Keep clicking in. You can just highlight over what you want. Now we found the button. Okay, so you see the submit type here is set to disabled. What if we just edited that and said enabled? And look, now the submit button is able to be submitted. Right? So all we did was mess with the JavaScript here on the UI, and now we're able to submit. And I just cleared a couple other ones because I forged feedback as somebody else. It was stored in here. This is kind of cheating. I'm going to wipe this, but not going to worry about that too much. Okay. So from here, we've got a few challenges left, right? Privacy policy, that is on the authenticated side. XXS tier 2 or tier 0 is on the authenticated side. I want to clear out the unauth side first. Let's go ahead and go to error handling and talk about how you're supposed to provoke that error. So one way to do it is through the login page. We can, if we wanted to test for something like SQL injection, we can just type in like, apostrophe here and see if we can inject anything. And look, we got an object error. Right away, this throws an error. So when you see an error on some sort of injection like this isn't good. And we'll talk more about injections and especially SQL injection throughout this course. We don't need to know what it is right now. We need to know that if we fuzz parameters, if we start fuzzing around and where places SQL might be, we might identify an issue like here, right? We can type in whatever we want and we're getting this error, and we can inspect the element and we should be able to look at the errors as well, and see what issues are going on. It's a little easier to see. It's a little easier to see on Chrome, but you can see that this is going to be SQLite as well. So when I said earlier that Burp Suite identified SQLite, it is correct, and it's identifying it in the response with how it's coming back, and it's actually, some of this is actually pulling down. You can see the server error here that's pulling down the response. If we were to push this through to a repeater, I'll bring this and make this bigger, that way we can see exactly where it's seeing another error page here. What's going on is it's looking through the rest right here at the products, and we haven't gotten this far, so don't worry about this. But you can see that it's injecting here just this one apostrophe, right? And through that apostrophe, airs out the server. And it causes the server to go crazy. You start seeing SQL syntax errors. And when you see SQL syntax errors like this tells us that we have SQL injection, right? Somebody said you've never seen a SQL injection finding in Burp in real life. I've seen them come up. I've never seen a valid SQL injection in Burp Suite either. So they're not as common as they used to be in terms of finding it like that. So most of this is all testing manually. So in this instance, we would fuzz parameters just like you see here. If we see this Q equals, we're going to fuzz this parameter. And we get this error like this, right? This is obvious SQL injection. Now we could have an instance where we don't show anything here, but we still actually have SQL injection, and that's called blind SQL injection. Blind SQL injection, again, we'll talk about that as well, but that we're going to start issuing time delayed commands. We'll say, hey, delay for a second, delay for 10 seconds, and then you send it over and you wait for a response. Does the response come back in 1 second? Does it come back in 10 seconds? Then right? So, but again, right now, we just need to identify that we can cause an error, and here it is. We can see there's SQL errors. So Burp did identify this one correctly. This actually triggered an issue for a later scoreboard. So it got us one scoreboard. I don't know if it'll actually show here. We've triggered a couple in 2 and 3, and that's fine. We'll cover these again next week. So, all right. So that leaves us with 3. And this is where the course gets to the fun stuff. You guys have been with me, and you're like, this is boring, and that's fine. At this point, it should get interesting. So where we're at here, we are going to talk about cross-site scripting. And when we talk about cross-site scripting, all we have to do is think about it as malicious code injection. That's all we're doing, malicious code injection, okay? And we're going to be injecting JavaScript. Now, with this malicious code injection, we can do a lot of stuff, right? We can steal cookies, we can take over sessions, we can do key logging, we can inject beef hooks, etc. There's a lot of things that you can do with cross-site scripting. So with that being said, today we're just going to demonstrate that cross-site scripting exists, and then as we go, we'll build upon it. So in this instance today, we're going to be talking about 2 types of cross-site scripting. Ideally, there are 3, okay? Not ideally, there are 3. We'll talk about all 3 today, but we'll only be showing 2. Now, there are the three types are reflected, stored, and DOM. Reflected is what it sounds like. I insert it on a page. A pop-up comes up with the injection and says, hey, you injected this. This does not go into the server, right? This is client side. So it doesn't get stored anywhere, and that's why it's called reflected. Stored would be like putting something in a comment field, having that sit on the page, and then when somebody goes to access that comment field, it pops up for a different user, for the same user, doesn't matter. That's stored. It gets stored on the server, and it's there permanently until it's removed. Last one is DOM based, right? So DOM is the document object model. It provides the object-oriented representation of HTML documents, right? So this is your DOM here. We can use the DOM to generate dynamic content like you see here and get malicious with it. Now, there is a fantastic website that I've already lost. Let me see if I can pull it up. Nope, not there. Let me grab the link. There is a great website I found, so... cip.ch, here it is. I'll post this in the chat. I had it up. Oh, I know where it is. It's over here. So this website, I'll post this in the chat. This is a good example of DOM based. And before we go too deep into DOM, let me give you an example, just write it out real quick, of what injection looks like. So let's go into, we'll just call this XSS. And let's talk about what cross-site scripting looks like. So let's say that we have a PHP document, right? Let's just call this index.php. And in index.php, when you go to the home page, the PHP might look something like this. You say PHP, and then you have a username, and that is set to like get username, right? So we're going to pull down the username, and then we pull down the username. As you guys have seen in the corner of a web page or wherever it is, it might say something like hi username, something like that. Okay, and then we'll just close this off. Okay, so if we were to put something in index.php and we said username equals Heath, then it would just come back and it would say something like, hi Heath, right? But what if we did something malicious like index.php username equals script alert 1 script? Now it's going to run hi script alert 1 script, and that should pop up an alert on your page. It's taking this and injecting it into this echo, and it's echoing it back. And this is all it is. We're injecting. This is a very, very, very basic example, but this is what injection is. We're taking something malicious and we're throwing it in, right? So let's talk about the first challenge, and we're gonna go out of order, and we'll talk about the DOM base. Now, somebody said DOM base is difficult. DOM base is very difficult to wrap your mind around. It's very, very similar to a reflected, but it's not reflected. Okay, they're slightly different in the way that it's handled. So DOM has what's called a source and a sink, right? So but when a user puts in malicious input, that is put into, that's what's called the source, right? Wherever you enter in that malicious input, that's the source. Where that's executed is called the sink. And this article that I wanted to show you was fantastic. I don't think that there's really a better way to describe this. This has got so much information in it, and I'll put this in the YouTube video description if you're watching it later. So it covers what DOM-based XSS is, and why I really like this is here it's got the nice HTML already written out. So if you see the HTML here, what's going on? They've got a JavaScript script here, okay? And they've created a variable called source, and they just say hello, and similar example to what I was saying, right? Hello Heath, hello whoever. They're doing this decode URI because most modern browsers nowadays will actually will obfuscate this malicious content. So for the example of this, they're going to not allow that to happen, and we're going to go ahead and just have a hash split. So this hash split is going to be, if you see like the www.whatever.com hash here, you're going to put your code in after the hash. So where we inject this, we're injecting here, right? This is what we're going to take advantage of. This is the source. Again, where we are putting in our malicious input, this is the source. Now we're going to take that input and we're going to print that out to the web page, right? We're going to put this on the inner HTML. And that is the sink. This is where it is executed, is right here. So if you were to copy this and paste this into an HTML file, and you then ran this simple script here, you would get an alert. You would get a pop-up. So all we're doing, again, we're injecting this malicious code into this area right here and having something happen. We can get very, very dangerous with this. Now, in terms of reflected and DOM-based cross-site scripting, you have to have some sort of social engineering involved with it. So you will figure out that the application's vulnerable, and let's say you want to take advantage of an admin user and steal their cookie. Well, you're going to have to phish the admin user or do something to get them to open a link that will send that cookie back to you, and that way you have access to to impersonate that user. With reflected, same thing. So, right, reflected and DOM are the same thing. When it comes to stored, a low-level user can, for example, store cross-site scripting somewhere, and an admin user can go to that page. You won't get an alert. We're not going to be obvious and put a pop-up alert. We're going to store something in there, whether it's a beef hook or some sort of key logging, or just, hey, give me this cookie and send it to this website. That's all we need. And if it's stored there, any user that accesses that page will be infected with what we're going to do. So stored is very, very, very dangerous. These other ones are a little harder to exploit because they involve some sort of social engineering aspect to them. Okay, let me take a drink of my claw, guys. How are we doing so far? Everybody good? Stream still okay? The weather's getting better. I've noticed less drop frames as well. So good stuff here. You can't see my pretty face? You'll see it here in a little bit, J Delta. Okay, so here we have we have our first challenge. Let's go back to the site. So if we come here, we want to do a DOM-based cross-site scripting, and it even gives us what we want to use. This is perfect. Just copy this. So just copy this here, and let's go back to this. Let's set some examples as well. So we could start trying to put this around and try to find it, right? Like, you want to fuzz everything that you can find. You want to fuzz parameters. We could say submit here. Okay, and this here is stored, right? If we were to close this out and come back in here, this is stored. Now, is it alerting? Are we doing anything here? No, it's not causing any kind of pop-up. We can see the code. This isn't doing it for us. But this is what a stored instance would look like. If somebody were to navigate to this and say, oh, crap, there's the stored instance. So we can still look around. There's customer feedback. Unless that's somewhere that can get access, maybe we can exploit that. So probably not a good place. We can do the search bar. Now the search bar will be interesting, right? So let's take a look at the search bar. Let's search for something like test and use the search feature here. Okay, and we can see that test came up, and you can see the query up here as being q equals test. So as of right here, what we can do is we can play around and see. We could just paste it in and see if it works, right? But to prove concept that this is DOM based, that we are not doing reflected, that this is interacting with the DOM here, let's do this. Let's make this an H1 on this test search. You can see the test gets inserted right here as well, right? When we search for test, it gets put in here. Let's search for H1 on the test. Holy shit, that just got bigger, right? And we can just start, I could put some break lines in, put a couple break lines, and then we can do maybe like an H3. Oh my God, something, right? And search for that, and look. Okay, it didn't take my break lines. But we could do something like that. Let's see if it takes those. It does. Okay. And you can see we're injecting here. We have absolute injection, but we're controlling what's on the page right here. This is never hitting the server. This is only hitting what's in front of us. So when we go and we get malicious and we just paste what they wanted us to paste, you can see that we get the cross-site scripting. Okay, so this is cross-site scripting. We injected this alert and told it to pop up on this page, and it did just that. You can see up here, we can do the exact same thing by just pasting what we have and submitting it, and it'll do it too. So we can fuzz either the search bar or the parameter. DOM is incredibly hard to find. DOM is not easy cross-site scripting. This is the easiest example that I could probably provide and will ever show you. There is a great example as well. If you go out to Google and you go to Portswigger, DOM XSS, you come over here and they've got their new academy, and it's fairly well thought out. They've got different topics as well. You come through here, it talks about the sources, it talks about the syncs. It gives you different labs to try this. So if you're weak or you feel like you might be weak in DOM base, and you just got to practice. But for me, I will be honest, DOM base is a weakness for me. I have found reflected a million times. I've found stored before. DOM is very, very difficult for me. So somebody asked, what's the application of this if it never hits the server? So what you could do, say you have this link here, right? You take this link and you send it to somebody maliciously. And you say, hey, I need you to open this link right now, or whatever. However you're going to social engineer against this. You get them to open the link. This link is going to have some code. It's not even going to look readable like this. It'll probably be URL encoded, and it just looks like a long link. And that link is what it's going to do is when they get here, it's not going to pop up XSS. It's going to say, hey, take the document.cookie and take that cookie and then send it off to this malicious server. So you have to get them to execute this. So anyway, base 64 encoding. You guys are funny. Okay. So this is a good example of a DOM, and that's how you could utilize it. Same thing with the reflected. You would send them some sort of social engineering malicious link with still cookies, etc. There's a lot of things we can do that I mentioned, and we'll talk about prevention here in a second. Can the cross-site scripting header prevent this? Yes, but there's a lot of other things. It doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to prevent it. It's just an added help. There's a lot more remediation. We'll talk about remediation here in just a minute. So let's go ahead and log in now and close out of this, and we'll go into our test. You just saw my old work email, guys. Good job. And I was at test.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Log in. And one of the challenges as well was to find the privacy policy. If you come into privacy and security, there's your privacy policy. Why is it having us do this? Why does it want us to read the privacy policy? Enumeration. It wants us to enumerate. We should be reading this. We should look at two-factor. We should look at change password. We should look at every single page and make sure that that's coming across when we're in our burp suite, right? All these new pages should be coming through. So super important for that. So anyway, in here, we have one more challenge if we go to the scoreboard. We got 8 out of 9. Should have 8 out of 9 right now. We need to find reflected cross-site scripting, same payload. Okay, they give us the payload, easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Copy that guy again. And all we're going to do is look for somewhere that we can inject it. Now, for the sake of time, I will go ahead and just show you where we're going to inject this and why this is reflected. So if we come here and we go to track orders, now we could search for an order and try to track it. Now it looks for the search here and doesn't find anything. Okay, we can come back and we can try to track orders again. Now you saw the text was in there. Maybe we can try to inject, right, and say test H1, see what comes back. Okay, looks a little bit bigger. And how about we just try to do that? And that pops the cross-site scripting alert. So that's it. That's just another, this is a reflected. We're not interacting here with the DOM, we're actually interacting with the page itself. So it's taking the request and then it's putting it through, and we are getting our cross-site scripting here. So that should be all of the scoreboard. Let's talk mitigation here really, really quick. So this was an easy week, right? Not too bad. We did the trivial challenges. We're going to get into some of the easier challenges, the easy challenges next week, and we'll get into some of these. And then as we go, it should get a little bit more exciting. So on the remediation side of things, I think this would be easier to explain if I bring up a little notepad. So I will do that. Gedit XSS again. That's fine. Am I going to cover all the challenges? We sure are. Do all the challenges. So let's talk about the different ways we can improve here, right? We talked about the cross-site scripting header. Yeah, that's a good start. The main recommendations we make that when we find cross-site scripting, okay, encoding. So if we have something like script, what encoding will do is we can say, hey, when you see this come through, go ahead and actually convert it over, and we'll just make it into this. So that when we actually put it through and it hits the server, it looks more like this. Okay, so this is an example of what encoding is. So all we're doing is converting a control character into its escape sequence. That's it. So there's encoding. There's also what we call filtering. With filtering, it's kind of like encoding, but instead of replacing, we're just going to completely remove it. So if we have script, we're just going to say, get rid of those. Just put in script. So that's a little bit of difference there between encoding and filtering. There is also validation, right? So validation is just a comparison against a list. So if we're doing validation, we might say, hey, script tags, completely eliminate those. If you see those come through, I don't want that in there. So we're going to validate what's coming through the server before we actually run it, right? So we'll take that script tag, throw it away completely. So you'll have a list of payloads and things like that you would use to put into a list and validate against. And then lastly, there is sanitization, which is kind of like a combination of doing all these. So you'll do the escaping, filtering, validation, and you just ensure that nothing triggers. So I'll write that out, sanitization. So we talked about the header. Another thing is on your cookies, and we saw the cookie earlier. Let me bring it back up one more time. You saw that this is without a secure flag. Secure flags are important. If you look at your cookie, you can see that it's HTTP only. Okay. The other flag that we should see set on this here is called a secure flag. Now, the secure flag is used to prevent cookies from actually being observed. So if we were to do like a cross-site scripting attack and it said document.cookie or whatever, it was trying to take the cookie and steal it, the secure flag would remove that. It would not allow that to happen. So this is why you always recommend that when you see something like this on a web app pen test, this is a finding. You should always have the HTTP only, and you should always have the secure flag set. Both flags should be set. This will absolutely 100% come up in an interview. It's come up almost all the time for me when I've been interviewing. So this comes up. I've had what are the 3 types of cross-site scripting come up a bunch of times. I've had questions not only about cross-site scripting and how you find it and how you validate it, but again, how do you prevent it? What do you make a recommendation to a client, right? Encoding, filtering, validation, sanitization. So bunch of different ways here, right? And that is 9 o'clock on the dot. 1 hour lesson. I think this is perfect. We nailed it. So let's go ahead and close this out. We'll go over to some Q&A. Welcome to week 3 of web app pen testing. In this week, we are going to be covering, let me take myself off the screen. We're going to be covering some web app fun. We're going to quickly talk about announcements. I've got maybe 5 to 10 minutes worth of announcements, updates, errors, etc. What we're going to learn just as an overview. And then we are going to do some web app fun. We're going to cover a bunch of fun stuff. So moving forward, let's talk about announcements. No class on 9/11 or 9/18. Sad face. Sad face. I have to travel on 9/11, and on 9/18, I have to be prepping for another course that's going live on Saturday. So I will not be available. We will resume on 9/25. Now, I may be able to stream and off stream, but the time that goes into this in terms of lesson planning, I probably put anywhere from, I want to say 8 to 12 hours to get a stream ready for a week. So as of right now, it's a lot of work with the time crunch I've got for getting this class completed. So especially with traveling the week before. So with that being said, we will resume on 9/25. No stream on 9/11 for sure. Maybe a stream on 9/18. Maybe we'll do like a hacking stream or a hack the box or something along those lines. In terms of other things on the board, we now have some upcoming sponsorships. One of them the product will be arriving in about a week. It's very, very, very exciting. I'm going to be doing a review for a hacking product. And if it goes well, we're going to hopefully get some swag, get some cool tools, and do some good giveaways. On top of that, there are a couple other sponsorships that are coming up. I put out an announcement for this. There's one that is going to give away 5 small items, but still 5 items. And we'll talk about that as we get to it. So I can't name any names yet, but we will have some cool sponsors coming through. One of them being very hacking related. The other one more swag or tech. It's not really it's not really hacking related, but still. On top of that, there are 2 talks that I got picked up for this week. One I can officially announce, one I cannot. I will be speaking at B-Sides Charleston. So if you're in South Carolina, I'll be at B-Sides Charleston. I will also be at Wild West Hacking Fest. We should find out tomorrow about B-Sides Charlotte, and we will be announcing the other B-Sides or wherever that I got into is here in maybe a week or less. So for now, they've asked to keep it on the hush-hush. So upcoming sponsorships and talks, covered that. We now have some merch. You guys were begging for merch. So I just created a little channel on Teespring. It's tied to the YouTube channel. So if you ever come here, you want to buy a shirt with a pink or bluish greenish logo or a sticker or some dumb saying on a t-shirt, you're more than welcome. The store is now open. So, please, if you want to support the channel, this is a good way, and get some swag as well. So outside of all those announcements, I have made a mistake. Thank you, CMOS, for pointing this out. So last week, I said the secure flag prevented cross-site scripting, and I lied to you guys. I am a liar. Okay, I said it prevented cross-site scripting. It does not prevent cross-site scripting. The secure flag prevents a cookie from being seen in clear text, meaning that if you're using HTTPS, somebody cannot strip that HTTPS out and show it in HTTP clear text. I get these confused big time. Why the hell is a secure flag not called HTTPS only? Because that would make logical sense. So the flag that we're talking about on the cookie is actually the HTTP only flag. HTTP only means that the cookie cannot be accessed through the client-side script. So we will not be able to steal a cookie client-side with the HTTP only flag set. Only the server can interact with that. So thank you again, CMOS, for pointing that out. That was a mistake on my part. So from here, what are we going to learn tonight? Well, we're going to work with some cross-site scripting. We're going to talk a little bit about sanitization bypassing. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about stored cross-site scripting for the first time tonight. So we covered DOM-based and reflected last week. Tonight we'll talk about stored. We are also going to talk about broken access control, which is OWASP number 5 on the top 10 list. And one of my favorites, we're going to start covering SQL injection, just the basics. I'm not going to overwhelm you. If you've never seen SQL before, this is a good start. So tonight are the easy challenges, right? Before they were trivial, tonight they're easy. We're going to cover pretty much all of them. I might leave 2 or 3 for you to figure out on your own. I might even give you a nudge or a hint if you need to. One of them we really can't solve without doing other ones, so I don't know why they put it in here. Well, honestly, this application was built to be prodded and find different security flaws and then go back and find the other ones and get rewards that way. But one of the challenges I don't think we can do in good faith, we could do it, but in good faith, we should discover more information before we go into it. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and dive in. I've got more slides. The rest of the slides are on cross-site scripting. So let's go ahead and just get started on our app. So I'm going to get into my handy dandy Kali machine. And we are going to be working on the juice shop. Get to your juice shop if you have not already. Get to your juice shop. From there, make sure you're on your scoreboard. If your scoreboard reset, which mine did, yours might reset as well. Make sure that you get to your scoreboard. You'll get the points here, whatever. It's no big deal. On top of this, make sure you load your Burp Suite. Today we'll be using Community. I noticed some of you would rather me use Community than Pro, and I completely understand and agree. So we'll be doing everything as proof of concept that we can do in Community as well. So I've got my scoreboard loaded up tonight. And if we come down to the easy challenges, let me see if I can tab off of this. Okay, if we come down to the easy challenges, again, I have arranged these logically. So logically, I want to start with cross-site scripting because last time we started or ended with cross-site scripting. So again, we should start here and then we'll move forward. So let's go ahead and start with cross-site scripting. We'll move into broken access control and a little bit of security misconfiguration. And then we'll dive into all the SQL injection fun stuff. So let's copy this down here, this script alert XSS. This is a very common one, right? So we're going to copy this and let's go ahead and log in because it says perform a cross-site scripting attack on a legacy page within the application. Now we prodded the exterior in terms of like forms that we could fill out last week and what we could do. We didn't go too detailed, right? But just to save a little time and not to poke around too much, we're just going to log in. And your account probably got reset, so I'm going to go ahead and register. If your account got reset, go ahead and register as well. It's going to be test@test.com. And what's our security question going to be? Our mother's maiden name was Bob. So let's register. And let's go ahead and log into the application. Okay, so we are logged into the application. Now from this area, let's go ahead and go to our profile. So you click on your little picture here and go to test@test.com. This is an area that we did not explore in last episode. So here we go. We have username input, email input. We've got a URL we can put here. So we've got some forms that we can put in. One thing that's interesting, let's say we want to give a username of test and we set the username. We see that the username is actually being stored right here and it's being stored right here. So maybe if we're lucky, we can just paste this in, right? And set the username and see what happens. Well, crap. What is it doing here? It is sanitizing our script, right? And what's interesting about this is it took off, it looks like what it's taking off is script A. So it's taking off script A here. Now, we could try to get around this, maybe a little bit of bypassing. So for example, we could write script A, and if we know that the A is there, what if we write a second A and see if that changes anything? Maybe we can get it to finally say alert if we set the username here. Okay, so that works. So we added a double A and got that to work. Now, can we take that farther at all? I wonder if we could go something like script like this, and maybe it'll take it out for us. And if we do this, we get this in here, but it's still taking out that script A. So this is where cross-site scripting gets a little fun. You can tell that there are some flaws here, right? It's not taking out the closing of the script. It's not taking out the alert. It's only sanitizing on a little bit. So we have the ability here to, to try a bunch of different payloads and see what works. We can fuzz this and keep going and see how possibly we can break this and make this work in our favor. Another thing that should be noted, if you go out to Google, there are, if this will work, there are some, proxy on, it's not, okay. There are some things like if we say cross-site scripting payloads, there's cheat sheets and stuff out there, like this cross-site scripting payloads, payload.txt. If you come here, you can look at all the different payloads. Look at all these different payloads here. So this is something that maybe you can throw into Burp Intruder and play around with and see. There's other tools like XSSer. I could type that out for you, but XSSer. You can play around with these tools, or you can do it manually. For this lesson, we're just gonna play with it manually and see how we can actually get this to work. So we realize that when we put double in there, it works, right? Maybe we can do script something like this, but let's see if that works. Nope, still sanitizing it. So it's picking up that the word script is in there, even if we're doubling up. So we can double up in some places and make it work. How about we break it? How about we get it to sanitize something and then not sanitize the rest? Let's try using a what's called a bitwise. We can use a bitwise and or XOR. Here's an example. We can say something like, and if you're following along here, let's do an or. Let's just say or here. Okay, this is going to get executed. Then the rest of it is going to stay the same. And this is going to stay the same. This will get executed, sanitized, and the rest will go away. And I just screwed that up a little bit. Let's try that now. If I could get it correct. So you're going to want AA script. I screwed that up. There you go. Something like this, right? We're going to get the script to execute here and then set the username, and that should pop. That should pop. Now this will work. This will work with any of the bitwise operators here, right? So we could say a XOR like this and get this to execute. That should work. Same thing with the and. We can use and as well. It's just pulling this operation out and then pushing the rest through. And this is how you kind of start working through logically. If you see sanitization, how can you improve it? And sometimes what you see a lot of times is these script tags are removed. So when you have these script tags removed, how are you going to alert the cross-site scripting? Well, you might be able to come through and do something like an image, like they're doing here, or this is a very, very common one. You load an image that doesn't exist, and because that doesn't exist, it creates an alert, right? So on air, here's an alert. So with that, we actually have stored cross-site scripting here. If we were to refresh, you could see that cross-site scripting still exists. Even if we go back and we come back into the profile, this cross-site scripting is stored. It is stored on the server. So this is no bueno, right? This is not good. So this is what we're talking about when we can attack another user. Now, say this was a low-level account and somehow, some way, the username interacts with the admin account in some way, right? If the admin account sees this and gets that cross-site scripting, that stored cross-site scripting, maybe this steals a cookie, or maybe this does keylogging, or injects a beef hook, or something along those lines that is malicious, this can get really bad when it comes to affecting other users. So let's go ahead and cross that one off the list. So we've completed one challenge. We completed the cross-site scripting tier. Okay, so from here, let's talk about a couple other ones really quick. Most of our time tonight is going to be spent on SQL injection. So these two should go by pretty quick. So we're going to talk about broken access control. And the broken access control here is this basket access tier 1. Now, we're going to view another user's shopping basket. We should not be able to do that. If we can view somebody else's items, that means we have broken access control, right? We are crossing against the access boundaries and getting access to things we shouldn't. So if we come to the home page and we just let's add some apple juice to our cart. And it should say, hey, we place it into the basket. So let's go to the basket and see what's up in here. Okay, we've got apple juice. Perfect. So from here, we can do some things. Let's inspect an element. And we really want to focus on what's in this cart, right? And what's in this cart is likely in this storage here. Now, we've got different types of storage. What we're likely interested in is the session storage here. So if we go down into the session storage, you can see that we have a bid value. Now, our bid value at the moment is 6. If we were to change this bid value to a different number, it's a possibility that we can access somebody else's, right? So we can go into 5, perhaps. And if we go into 5 and refresh the page, let's see if this is apple juice anymore. There's nothing there. Let's try 1. Refresh the page on that. Okay, there's a new cart. So you can see here we've accessed somebody's cart. We're still under our account. We're still under test@test.com, which is what I set up. However, the issue here is that we can delete these, or we can even go and start checking out. But we can really mess with somebody's cart. We can delete the cart items. We can get malicious, piss them off. So all this, somebody asked what bidding stands for. This is just a key value pair. So if you've ever done programming, this is key value, right? So this is your cart and your ID of your cart. So your cart ID, or this user's cart ID, is 1. This user's cart ID, if we switch over, is 2. Buyer ID, exactly. You're probably right on the buyer ID. And yes, this is going to be on VOD. Always on VOD, guys. So this is the value that we're changing in this key value pair. So our cart lives at 6, but we're accessing other people's carts in a way that we shouldn't. And this is a very, very, very basic example of broken access control. Basket ID, is it basket ID? I'm down for any of these. Basket ID works as well, guys. Call it whatever we want. So, okay. From here, pretty easy. If we go to your scoreboard, you should have popped this. And now we've got 2 out of 10. So we'll cover more broken access control in depth as we go. These easier challenges, again, very easy. As we get into the medium and they get extensively more difficult and deeper. You see, we did 9 and 10. We're going to end up doing 19, 21, 16, 11. So if you were to look through your guide, we are not even, we're not even a tenth of the way through the guide, really. What's up, Action? Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so next one I want to talk about really quick is a security misconfiguration. So this is the deprecated interface. So if we talk about deprecated interface, it says use a deprecated B2B interface that was not properly shut down. Now this one might have been difficult with the hint that was here to solve. This isn't really, I don't know if this is the best description. Some of these don't have the best descriptions on what you're looking for. And again, I think that you're probably supposed to go through and just kind of prod around and see what you can get. Now, where this issue lies is actually in the upload element, right? So if we go into a contact us and we say, hey, we want to complain. In here, it allows us to select a file. Now, if we go and look at the file supported types, we have the ability to upload a PDF and a zip. If we were to upload anything else, we're going to run into an issue. But maybe it is supporting other types and we just don't see it. So a way we can tell is actually in our debugger here. If we click on the debugger, if you still have your console open or your inspector open, and you're on main, make sure you make your main pretty. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do a Control F for find, and we're going to look for zip files. Let's try dragging this up. So if we search for something like zip and we come through here, right away, the first thing that comes through in this JavaScript is the allowed MIME type. And you can see that it says this uploader, okay? And this is the file uploader. We're doing a file upload. And what's happening here is it says, hey, we can upload application PDF, application zip, 3 different types of zips, right? But we can also upload XML files. So that can get malicious very, very quick, especially if we're talking XXE, which we haven't got to XXE yet. Hey, thanks, DowShock. Appreciate that. So we haven't got to XXE, but when we talk XXE, as we will in this course, you can see how XML can become malicious. For now, let's just try uploading a XXE or XML file. I'll do one that's kind of semi-malicious. It's not going to do anything because it's not complete. Thank you, PyTutor. Appreciate it, man. And I have this on copy and paste, but I will actually use this opportunity to paste this, let you guys copy this, and take a quick drink break because my mouth is dried out already. All right. Good time for a question as well. So what does XXE mean? XXE is XML external entities. So what we can do is upload an XML file. And this is a very basic example. I can show you a payload real quick. Let's go to Google, shall we? And we'll say XXE payloads. Let's take a look at some payloads here. Just click the first one. So you can come through here and see what we can do and how we can use these attacks. There's some in here that will just show you like the Etsy shadow file of a system or Etsy password. And they're talking out of bounds, meaning that it can talk back to us, right? So there's a lot of things that we can do here. These are some good ones. You can find a bunch of different payload types, but as of right now, we're not focusing too much on XXE. We'll get there as we cross that bridge. But here's one where it's just, file Etsy password. And if we're able to, we can pull out the Etsy password file. So, okay. And if you guys ever want to see a good video or two on XXE, check out Stoke, S-T-O-K, on YouTube. That dude is his passion is XXE. He's a bug bounty hunter. XXE is his passion. I would trust him more than anybody else, more than myself on this topic, especially with XXE stuff. So if you want to see some cool things that he's done before in the past, very great channel to check out. So anyway, so yes, we are logged in here, and we can now come through, and somebody's going in and solving the problems ahead of time. That's absolutely fine. So, okay, I've got this saved here. We can just save this as an XML file. We'll just call it test.xml, and I'll put it on the desktop. And we can just go browse, home, desktop. We got to do all files, and then we'll grab this test.xml, and then just say testing, and submit it. And you can see that use a deprecated B2B interface that was not properly shut down. We have solved this problem. So what has happened here is they meant to disable XML, but they left XML as an application type in for the uploads, and now we bypassed it, right? So we can get malicious with this in the future. As of right now, we just want to make sure that we can actually upload this file. And that is it for this. So from here, we're going to go ahead and get into SQL injection. So let me bring up the handy dandy PowerPoint, and let's talk SQL injection. Okay, so what is SQL injection? SQL injection is an attack in which malicious SQL statements are injected into a SQL database. Okay, so SQL injection is easy to avoid, but still happens quite often. If we're successful, we can do a lot of malicious things. We can read sensitive databases. We can extract that information that we read. We can modify, delete databases, and we can even get a shell out of this. Okay, so potentially we can get a reverse shell or some type of shell and access the machine as a user. Sometimes what you'll find is that you get a shell on a SQL machine or a database, and you might be the SQL user, but that SQL user has admin or domain admin privileges, and it gets really bad really quick. So bad permissions on users like this happens very, very often as well. Okay, so let's talk about some common SQL verbs, and we're going to put this all to use here in just a minute. So SQL statements begin with verbs. The most common one that you're going to ever see is select, okay? Select means that we're retrieving data from a table. We can also insert data into a table, delete data, update data. We could be old drops here, right? And do a drop, which deletes a table. And we've got union statements as well, which we'll run into in the future. And that just combines multiple queries, right? Or data from multiple queries. So these are very, very, very common. These aren't all inclusive by any means, but very common as to what you're going to see. Every language is a little bit different depending on the SQL database that you're in, but these are pretty common across the board. So from here, we need to talk a couple other common terms that we're going to see. One is where. So where filters records based on a specific condition, and you're going to see an example of this in a minute. We have and, or not. They sound exactly like they are. They are conditional statements, and it filters records based on multiple conditions. Then we have order by, which sorts in ascending naturally or descending order if you specify. Okay, so I've typed up a little table here. We've got 5 users in this SQL database. Okay, we've got user IDs of 1 through 5, got a username, got their full name, and their email address, and then their country code. Now, this table here, this table is called the users table. That's what I have named it for this demonstration. So let's talk a few statements and talk about what would happen if we were to execute these statements. Now, the first statement, this is very common. Select asterisk from users. Okay, remember select, we're selecting all data when we do a wildcard here. Okay, this is a wildcard. As we're going to see in a minute, this is just a wildcard. Asterisk means everything. From, and then we're going to grab it from the users table. So if we ran this statement, we're returning every single thing that's in this table. So if we've got SQL injection and we run this statement, we can get all the data out of an entire table, right? Just from this one little statement. Okay, so now let's talk about more specific things. Let's say we wanted to select user ID and username from this user table. Okay, we will select user ID, username. All we're going to grab are these two columns right here. We'll grab all the data that's in here, and that's it. Okay, let's add on to these. Let's say we want to grab everything from users, but only where the country is equal to Russia. Okay, if we only pull from Russia, then we're only pulling out Natasha here, right? So, because she's the only Russian in this group of 5. So if we ran that query, we would pull out Natasha. And then the last one, if we're going to select star from users where country equals US, well, if we just do this, we'll pull out 4, right? And username equals Frank, then we're just going to pull out anybody with the username of Frank, which hopefully the usernames aren't reused. So we'll just pull out Frank Castle here and all of his information. So maybe we can pull everything from users where username equals admin. So, yes, I will share my slides. All right, so from here, let's talk special characters really quick. So special characters, these are some important things that you're going to see. You're going to see something like this apostrophe or single quote or double quote, right? These are string delimiters. We'll talk about these in a second. You'll see why they're important. We have these comment delimiters here. We've got wildcards. You just saw a wildcard, and this is also a wildcard, the percentage sign. You saw, if you looked in the back one, that or if you looked back one slide, let's see if I can go back a slide. We're ending our SQL statements with the semicolon, right? So that ends a SQL statement. And then the rest that you're going to see here, they follow programmatic logic. So if you can think of what an equal sign or plus sign, greater than, less than, etc., if you know what these do, and this does functions right here, if you know any programming at all, this follows that logic. So that is, I believe, it. Yes, that's it for the little SQL overview. That is where we're at here. Okay, now one of our objectives before we log out is to gain access to the administrator, right? So we are going to do admin login. Now for this, we're going to use SQL injection. So let's talk about how this is going to work. So if we log out and we go to log back in, and let me pull up, actually this will be fine, this XML doc. Let's talk about what we're doing. Let's say I've got an email address here, and I say the email that I'm going to provide, I'll just say the user's test and the password's test. And we say, okay, log in. It's not going to work, right? We have no idea what the administrator is, what's happening here. What's going on, though, is let's see what's going on possibly behind the scenes, right? So what we're doing is we're going to say the input that we just did was test, right? And the SQL that's going behind that might look something like this. Select from users where email is equal to test. Something like that, right? So we put in test, and in goes test to this situation. Now I'm going to copy this and paste this. Now what happens if we were to put a single quote at the end here? So if we put a single quote, that puts a single quote here. And now, logically, this doesn't make sense. This statement is not complete, right? The statement is incomplete, and we could test that by putting a quote here. And you can see the object, we're getting that error. And if we come back and we can intercept this request in Burp Suite and send this over to a repeater and see the response, you can see we get the SQLite error. And this is one of the issues from last time, right? Was to generate an error. This is what we're doing. We're generating an error here. So we've generated this error because this logically doesn't make sense. And this SQL injection, lucky for us, is not blind. We're getting a response back. So actually, look, I wrote this out, and this is exactly what's happening. I didn't realize that this is what's going on, but we got the statement pretty spot on. So the SQL query that it's doing is select from users where email is equal to, okay, test, and password is equal to this, and deleted is null. So we don't know what the rest of this is, but we're grabbing different columns here, right? And doing a statement here. So, okay, well, how can we take this and get malicious with it? Let's copy this one more time. I'm going to show you a very, very common way that this is done. So say we have test, and we've got this test here, and our statement's incomplete, right? We've got this. Let's delete this for now. Let's say we're back at test. What if we did something like this? We put the single quote, we say, or 1 equals 1, finish that statement out, and then end it with a comment. Okay, now let's take a look at what this looks like when we put it into here. Okay, we got test. This is now broken. And we say, or 1 equals 1, like that. Okay, so now we are finishing out where we started. And this is, so we've got a complete statement here, right? And this is perfect. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, this condition, which is not true, or this condition, 1 equals 1, which is true, that's a conditional statement, right? False or true is true. So because this is true, this is going to log us in as the first item in the database. The first item in the database for us just happens to be the administrator. So we can enter this in. We don't even have to put tests in there. You could literally just do that. And you can put in whatever password you want. And attempt to log in. I might need to refresh here. Oh, I've got the proxy intercepted is the issue. Okay, and now you should be able to log in. You come over here, you see that we are admin@juice.sh.op. Okay, so we are the administrator account. You can see I was playing around in here earlier. So, okay, we're the administrator account. And now we have a few other things that we need to do as the administrator. One of those is to find the administration page. We can try typing in admin and seeing if that works. Let's refresh. Okay, we could try typing in administration and seeing if that works. Let me copy this. And you might have to actually new tab it and then go. See if that works. Okay, so you see in here that we access the administration page. The other way to really do this, now this is just me saying, hey, from experience, I know most admin areas are called admin or administration, and that's just experience, right? Typically is how this works. So maybe it's not. You could, the other way would be to inspect the element and go into your debugger, go to your main, and go to your pretty main and start searching. And we just say admin or administration and look for that, right? And then we look for the page that it's titled with. So that's another way to find that, is to search in the pages here in the main JavaScript. Exactly. So somebody asked about why it logged in as the admin, because it's pulling that first account. Let me put up the slides again. So the admin account, say it was Frank here, right? Whatever account was the first in that database, it's typically an admin. Not always, but you run into the issue where it's an admin and the first user ID here, or whatever the first account is, that's who gets logged in. Okay, so we're at the admin page. From the admin page, we have a mission that was tasked to us, which was to delete all 5-star reviews. We can take care of that real quick. Screw the customers, screw their 5-star feedback. We're a malicious person, right? So we got rid of all 5-star reviews as well. And what else do we have to do here? Last one. It wants us to log in as the admin user. So we know the email address. Let's copy this email address. It wants us to log in as the admin user, but without using SQL injection. So let's log out. Let's ponder how we might do this. Okay, we could sit here and brute force manually, but why do something that can be done for us by a machine, right? So let's intercept this request. Let's go to login. Did it work? Oh, forward. Okay. So we've got this. Let's right click now and send this over to intruder. Your intruder tab should light up. And if we go into positions, it's all green. We don't want all that. So let's go ahead and just hit clear. Okay, so from here, we have set our email address, which we want to be constant, so we're going to leave that alone. But the password, we want to brute force on this password here. So let's highlight the password we typed in. I typed in admin. It could be whatever you want. And let's just go ahead and hit add for this. So this is going to set a position here. This is position 1. Now, as of right now, and what we've done this entire time is use the sniper attack. We're going to continue using the sniper attack. It is a one-off on one payload, right? So we're sniping. We're right on one. So we're gonna parse through a password list on the constant of an email, but a variable here of password. So if we go into payloads, now we can paste in a list that we find. We can go out to sec lists or anything like that. What's up, Black Sheep? Thanks for the raid, buddy. How's it going, man? So we can come into here and an intruder, and we could paste a list. Now, there are great lists out there. If we go to Google and we say, one of the best lists out there is sec list. Now, intruder is going to be very slow, and I've got my proxy on because I'm dumb. So intruder is going to be slow on the free edition. And what we can do is we could say sec list, and we'll just do GitHub. Seclist is a great resource. This first link here, right? Click on this and look at all the different lists that are coming through here. So discovery, fuzzing, passwords. Look at passwords. All different kinds of passwords in here. Top 10, top 100, top 1000. You can just pull from one of these lists and kind of go from there. I did check through a couple of these lists, and while the password that we're going to find is going to be weak, it wasn't in some of the easy ones like top 10, top 100, or even top 1000. I don't think it was in top 10,000. And because Intruder is slow for us on Burp Free Edition, what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a proof of concept on how you could use it in Pro. And I'm just going to type out a few passwords here, and then one of them is going to pop. We'll see why it pops or how it pops and how we can identify that. So we can say from this, we can just say admin. You can see all my old ones. We'll do admin, admin 1, admin 2, admin 3. Oops, admin 1, 2, 3, admin 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's try all these, right? And all we have to do, you can see we only have one payload to set. We're using a simple list. It's fine. Hit start attack. It's going to say, hey, you suck for not having the Pro Edition. We're going to slow you down. Okay, what stands out more than anything here? There's a few things that we can sort on when we're looking for successful brute force logins. One of them is status code. We can click status code. Okay, admin123 has logged in at a 200. 200 means okay, right? On top of this, length is a big one. It's not always the status code. The status code might be a 302, a redirect. It could be something completely different, right? But the length might be different significantly. I have seen that happen before. I've seen an instance where I was attacking a client and I was getting a redirect back to the home page with valid credentials, but the length was different. The length was different, and it was giving me a session token. I wasn't getting a session token with anything else. So because it was setting a cookie in the response and the length was different than the rest of them, I could tell that I was actually getting a successful login, even though it was taking me back to a home page login screen. So I knew from there I had valid credentials. So if you don't know your status codes, probably good to learn those. The common ones, the 200, 300, 400 series, and just what those mean. Even 500s are important as well. But here we go. We got 200. 200 means okay, right? The length is longer than the rest. That's good as well. Another thing that we could do is say this admin login, right? And let's look at the response in the admin login. We could see that we had invalid email or password, which, by the way, this is good. This is good security practice. So you don't want to disclose, you don't want to say invalid password or invalid email. If you see that on a finding that's enumeration, we could tell if a user's invalid or not, or a password's invalid or not, and that's just bad, right? So here we're seeing invalid email or password. This is the correct way to word these things, but you would be surprised. And the last assessment I had a week ago, I had invalid email only on there. So username enumeration is still very real. So we've got admin 123 coming through, but we can also copy this invalid email or password, and we can come in, we can actually grep on that. We can do options down here, and I don't know if it lets us grep in free. It does. So we could paste in a grep exact match. We could just take that. We can remove all these right here if we wanted to. Just copy this and paste it in. And then the next time we run this, it should grep on those when it finds those in the response. See here? Okay, see the checkbox that did not come up? So you know when you sort by the checkbox that this response here is at least different. It doesn't mean it has to be valid for sure, but it's at least different than the rest of these where you know it's invalid. So this is a cool feature to use as well. I use it all the time. So we know the password is admin123. I've gone on a little rant about that, but hopefully that was okay. All right, let's delete this. Do I have? I don't. What is the stupid? There it is. Okay, and we have logged in successfully. Xfinity allows anyone on a network to see all connected devices when you visit the router page. This could be enumeration. Yeah. Yep, you can see all devices and plus some IP addresses sometimes, and a lot of routers are that way. A lot of home routers are that way. Okay, so let's see. We have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. All these are good. Okay, so we're through the SQL injection. We're through the admin stuff. Now, there are 3 other ones I want to talk about. If we come through down here, there's 3 that we have left. This weird crypto, I don't think we can do tonight. So it's telling us to do something about informing the shop with a contact form. But when you look at it, it's not solvable without knowing about the crypto that's going behind the scenes. And a lot of those come in the later challenges. We could do it, but it would feel a little bit like cheating. So there are 2 that we could talk about. Now, this one here, actually, I'm going to leave these both to you, but I'm going to give you hints on both of these. This one, this login MC safe search. Now, there is a YouTube video out there. We go here. I'm not going to play this because YouTube is very particular and I don't want to get it dinged for a copyright or anything. If you go to College Humor, a rapper who is very concerned with his password security or with password security, listen to the rap song, okay? And then find his email address with the admin panel and log in with the user, okay? Figure out what his password is, he tells you in the song, and log in. That's 1. Item number 2, security policy. Behave like any white hat should. This is very vague. And this corresponds to this here. So if you go to securitytxt.org, this is a proposed standard they are trying to put out there to put a security.txt file on applications. So that way, if you were to find something malicious, you could report it to somebody without being concerned. If you still, okay, let's put this back a little bit. You still can't go around hacking people or being malicious without permission. But if you were to stumble across something and you were concerned that reporting it might lead to jail time or something like that, you could look for this file. I'm going to show you something else in a second. There's a very, very famous case out there where somebody changed a number. Let's just say it was equals 1. They were able to change to 2, to 3, to 4, right? Indirect object referencing, and pull data for other people. Now, when they reported this, they went to jail. So be very, very, very careful. Now, there's a website out there for disclose.io. Disclose.io is a great website. Okay, so this is for Safe Harbor, where you can actually do research and submit things here. You can search on different vendors and see if they exist in the disclose.io. And hopefully they're on that list. Hopefully we get more people on this list. But this is super, super important. You can't just go hacking around. So this is what this is about. So I will leave this to you to follow the instructions on this website to find this flag here. And also got a YouTube user to block for asking for black hat stuff. Anyway. Okay. So it is 8:55. We finished a little early, but hopefully this was informative for you. I think next week will be another good week, but I mean we got to cover again cross-site scripting, got to see what stored really looks like, and we got to see SQL injection as well, and start talking about it. There's going to be plenty more SQL injection, and it's going to get way more rigorous than what you saw tonight. You saw the base example of the 1 = 1 conditional statement. Welcome to web app testing week 4, my people. So week 4, what are we going to be talking about? Well, you'll find out here in just a second. So again, we're going to do some announcements, 5 to 10 minutes, probably on the 5-minute side, if we're being honest. We'll say 5 minutes and then we'll continue on. So from here, let's go ahead and go next. Somebody said that the Discord link isn't working. Do that. If that link's not working, I don't know why it would be expired. I just checked it a couple minutes ago, actually. So, okay. So again, no class a week from today or a week after a week from today. So 2 weeks from today, we are going to have no class. We will resume episode 5 on 9/25. 9/25. So we may do a stream on the 18th. We will not be doing a stream on the 11th. I will not have time to prep on the 18th for anything that would be worthy of you fine people. So because of that, I don't want to put material out there. We talked about it last week, just throwing it out again in case some of you weren't there. Just want to make sure that you're aware. No, nothing on the 11th or on the 18th. So upcoming talks, I've got some local talks on the 13th and the 17th at a couple of colleges nearby. If you're in North Carolina and attend college, maybe you'll be there. Otherwise, upcoming talks, as you can see my schedule here. So if you want to come hang out, come see me. I'll be bringing stickers, give some stickers out, hang out, good old deal. B-Sides Charlotte, B-Sides Raleigh, Wild West Hackenfest, and B-Sides Charleston in that order. So we'll be rolling with that. 3 of those are on Active Directory pen testing. One of those is on a non-technical on being a cybersecurity mentor. So hope to see you guys out in some of these. Moving forward, Patreon, thank you. It is the first of the month, or at least for me, first stream of the month. And I owe you guys some thank yous. Thank you, James, Kermit, Hugo, William, David, and Lane. For being the $15 tier higher. You guys are really awesome. Thank you to all the other Patreon as well. I think there's 30-something of you. It's amazing. You guys really do help go a long way for the channel, for creating great content and just, delivering back to the community. So thank you so much for helping out. Okay, let's talk about quickly what we're going to learn today. So we're going to talk about cross-site scripting again, 3 weeks in a row. Stored again, but this time we're going to do it through an API. Ooh, right? So we haven't done an API cross-site scripting yet. We'll do that. We're also going to be covering XXE, XML external entities. So we'll talk about that in way more detail, and then I'll throw you some links of people who do it better than I do. So we'll talk about those as well, but we'll be hacking all the entities. And we'll be talking again about broken access control. This is the second time we'll be talking about this. We'll be forging lots of stuff due to some broken access. And you can see I've started notating that what part of the OWASP top 10 these are on. We'll be covering all the OWASP top 10 at some point or another. We'll also be talking about input validation, and we'll be actually using an example of an admin account takeover that I have seen in the real world during a pen test. So I will show you what this looks like, and it's fascinating going through this because I have seen this happen before. So it is very realistic. And then we'll talk about broken anti-automation. So we'll talk about defeating CAPTCHAs 1 repeater request at a time. Okay, so somebody asked, are we still in Juice Shop? We are always in Juice Shop, my friends. And YouTube is down for my YouTube people. YouTube is down. Okay, so this is what is XXE. We're not quite there yet. Let's go ahead and dive in. Let's jump into our machine. So get into a Kali machine. All I've done so far is that I have started Burp Community, right? So Burp Community's up. I've set 2 targets. Now I asked you guys to create a localhost target via email. If you are not on the mailing list, you're not in the Discord channel, you missed this email. But in order to do XXE, we have to have it locally. We're not gonna get XXE off of a Heroku instance. So what we're going to do is we're going to exploit XXE on this localhost. So I have 2 instances running, one via the Heroku app and then one via localhost. So we'll focus most of our attacks on Juice Shop via the Heroku. But if you are following along and you're on the emails or the Discord channel, then localhost as well. Okay, so other than that, we are at a scoreboard. We've got the scoreboard up and should be pretty much cleared out. I've got just the one for finding the scoreboard. So we've got about, I want to say 11 or 12 that I picked out of this list that we're going to go through. Some of these we're not going to go through because I thought they were kind of either cheesy or that they just really weren't uber realistic or super repetitive. So I skipped some of these. Now, if you want to go back and read through some of these, you're more than welcome. But in reality, we're going to skip a few of these and just focus on the ones that I thought were important and realistic. So I've, again, ordered these strategically as best as I can. And we're going to start tonight right from the top. So we're actually going to start with the admin registration, then we'll kind of bounce around. So the first one is going to be admin registration, and this is going to be input validation. So with input validation, you're going to see when we try to register for a user, what kind of response comes back from the API, and what can we do with that response. So let's go ahead, since we are on a fresh instance, since our Heroku restarts itself, let's go ahead and get a new account registered, okay? So let's register an account. So we'll come down here to not yet a customer, and we'll say whatever we want to call it. Okay, and then we're going to register this. Okay, so we registered. Let's see if it's come through at all in the API. So in the API, there's a registration for the users. You can kind of see what happened here. Now, we could have intercepted this request, but here's the request that actually came through the API. So the API is going, and it's going and saying, hey, I want you to register this user. And the response is going to come back and say, okay, well, success, we did register that user. Here's the username. Is the user an admin? What's the last login, profile image, etc. So depending on which one you do this in, you might see is admin, or you might actually see something a little different. So you might see the word role instead of is admin. This newer version of OWASP Juice Shop that they just released, it's slightly different look, different feel, this 9.0.1. So, hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. So with this response, we can actually take this request and let's send it to repeater. And if we were to send this again, it's going to say there's an error, right? Because the emails must be unique. So what's happening here? Let's just go ahead and make a new user. We'll just say test1 with these parameters, right? And let's just send it over again. And now you can see that we changed the email address and this works fine. It really doesn't care about any of this information, if we're being honest. But if you could see here in the data that it's coming through with, it doesn't have a username because we set a username later in the application. So by default, it's just blank. It says, hey, is this person an admin? And it says false. Okay, it's got an IP address, profile image. Is it active? It registers us to an ID. And then it takes our email, what time we updated it at, and are we deleted? Okay. So what if we finagle this a bit? What if we make this maybe like test2? And in here, we throw something like, we say is admin, and then we go something like true. And then just put a comma there. And what are you guys doing? Air handling? Okay, so let's send it through and see what happens. Okay, so we said we sent the data over. It's success again, and if you see is admin is true, and you can see the registration came through as get registered an admin user. So I have seen this. I've seen this before. I honest to God saw this before within the last year, and we missed it originally. This is why a checklist is so important. Is because having a checklist, you might miss something, or without a checklist, you might miss something. With the OWASP checklist that I provided you guys in episode 1, this is the situation we were in. We were testing the application. We had found some things, but nothing crazy. And then there was this registration account, and we noticed in the API that it was saying something along the lines of, is admin false? Or admin 0, or something along those lines, right? So if you set that trigger to 1 or to true, and then you register the account, it made you an admin. And this was for a very, very large application. So you do see these things from time to time. So bad security practice and very realistic. So this is why I kind of wanted to lead with this first. Now we can take this user, or we could take even our original user. Are we logged in? We haven't logged in yet. So we can go and say test at test.com and then test 1, 2, 3, and then just log in here. Okay, and if you remember from the last time, you could see that we had an admin page. So if we come over to the administration, and maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. See if we can get over to that. We might have to copy and paste it. Let's see what's going on. Maybe there's no pound sign there. Maybe I'm dumb. Oh, I know what it is. We don't have admin. We don't have admin access, so we're gonna get redirected. I'm dumb. Yeah, test2 was the admin account, so we can confirm test2 at test.com. Thank you. And somebody just donated, it looks like. I don't have alerts on. Let me check. Oh, Devil Dog, thank you. $50 donation. Thank you. That is incredible, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, buddy. Okay, administration here. And let's try it again. Not working, hates us. Try that. One more time. There we go. Don't be like me. Thank you, Dong. I appreciate it, man. Okay, we've accessed the admin section of the store, which was an old challenge, right? Are the directories case sensitive? Might be. I'm not sure. J Delta's the best. Heath is cool. Why are you guys in my stuff, man? You guys are funny. I actually don't care if you're in here. So yeah, we've made an admin account with this test too. So very, very good job. Thank you. Thank you. Does not give AF. I appreciate the sub too. Thank you so much, everybody. So all right, we've got the administration account. You guys are funny. I love it. All right, let's talk about some things that we can do while we're logged in. So let's go over to the contact part, right? So let's go to this complaint. Actually, let's go to the customer feedback. I'm sorry. And before we do anything, let's just right click. And we'll do a inspect element. Okay, and in here, if we take a look, we can look at the GET request under the network settings. Actually, let's refresh this whole page. There we go. So you should be seeing all this stuff in here, right? Let's look at the actual REST here and look at the CAPTCHA settings. So if we look through here, we can look at the GET request, And let's see if we could find it somewhere in the response. Okay, so you can see that through the response, it says, what's 1 plus 2 minus 8? Well, the answer is -5. So it's going to give us the answer here. This is what it's looking for. So we already know ahead of time the answer. We could solve this CAPTCHA. So that's one thing, right? Let's just say, let's tell them they suck. You suck. And before we do this, two things actually. One thing I'm pointing out, because we haven't really used Burp Suite yet. So if we come through and we go on to proxy intercept, make sure when you're intercepting, come into your settings first and scroll all the way down, network proxy. In here, it typically says no proxy for local host. If you're going to be doing the local host later, make sure that you have that removed as a setting preference, or else you will not be able to intercept anything. How common are the things on this site seen? For some of the lower level stuff, it hasn't been incredibly common. But as we start moving up, I think we're in like the medium or moderate challenges right now. As we start moving up, things are going to become more common, at least in my opinion. Okay, so let's intercept this here. Let's turn our intercept on. We'll submit this request. And now we've got a nice intercept. And what's happening here? Okay, we've got our user ID, we've got a CAPTCHA ID, and our CAPTCHA total, the rating we gave them, and the comment we gave them. So if we go ahead and we just right-click and send this over to repeater, now we could push this through, just turn the intercept off, and in theory, this CAPTCHA now should be eliminated, right? The CAPTCHA that we just used should be gone. Now, if we hit send, look what happens. We actually hit success, right? Status success. So it is taking the old CAPTCHA and allowing us to submit it with the CAPTCHA ID. It knows the CAPTCHA ID is 4. Tied to ID of 4 is -5. So as long as we supply the correct parameters here, we're going to bypass the CAPTCHA settings. So if we go to the scoreboard, and the scoreboard says one of the challenges being to submit 10 or more customer feedbacks within 10 seconds. Well, how are you going to do that if you have to solve a CAPTCHA? You're not going to. But if you can bypass the anti-automation, which is supposed to be so we can't do brute forcing like this, you'll notice that we just solved it. So anti-automation and CAPTCHAs are in place so that we can't do brute forcing attacks like this, right? You see this commonly when you're doing like credential stuffing or password spraying, and you start trying to log into an application and you start failing with passwords incorrect, right? And then you get a CAPTCHA, or you get one of those, hey, verify you're not a robot, and this is what it's trying to do. It's trying to stop you from doing automated attacks. Well, in this instance, it's not a very good system that's been implemented. They're just paired values to their keys, and they relate right in the back end. So we know exactly that ID 4 is tied to -5. We're able to submit that over and over and over again with success. And we probably just submitted to whoever's email that they suck quite a million times. So, all right, that's 2 knocked out of the way. Now this what we just did here falls under anti-automation. We're going to go ahead and start taking a look into broken access control. Once we are done with broken access control, we'll move back into input validation. So just so you guys are staying on track with what we are doing, input validation was the first one, right? It was not verifying that we were who we said we were when we said, hey, our role is an admin. Now we just broke automation or anti-automation by automating this CAPTCHA process, right? And we could have wrote a script for this, done the same thing, but it's just so easy to send a button and repeater and just make it do it over and over. And then let's be honest, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Right, so this should only be good for one attempt, and it's not good for one attempt, it's good for multiple. Okay, so let's look at broken access tier 2. We've done tier 1. Let's go to the scoreboard. I'm already on it, actually. And let's see what the tier 2 says. Or backs to get access, I'm sorry. Access, can't speak tonight. Put an additional product into another user's basket. Okay, let's take a look at how we can do this. And let's go into our basket. Let's see if we have anything in our basket. Okay, nothing in the basket. Let's go to the home screen. And let's take a product. We'll take like this fruit press down here and we'll just add it. Okay, we put it in our basket. So let's take a look at our basket here. And we can add a quantity pretty easily. Now we've got 2 in there. When we do the decrease in quantity, note also that nothing happens here, right? You can't go below 1, and that's a whole nother challenge that we're about to get to in a second. So we added a product. Let's add another product, and let's actually intercept this request this time. We'll do some lemon juice. Forward this one. Okay, here we go. Let's send this over to repeater. So our basket ID right now is basket 7. And our product ID is 5. So whatever this lemon juice is product 5. Now, quantity is 1. We're only adding 1 to the cart. So in theory, what you would say here, if you remember the attack from the first time, we went to the basket and we said the basket was, let's turn this intercept off. We said the basket was, our basket, but we were able to view somebody else's at basket 2. Remember? One of the earlier challenges, we looked at the BID and determined that was basket ID, not bid. So if that tracks your memory, we come back to repeater, you might just say, well, okay, let's just change it to 2 and see if that works. And it says error invalid basket ID. Okay, let's change it back to 7. And it says, okay, validation error here. The basket ID must be unique. Our basket ID is not unique. That's fine. So if we refresh, what do we got going on? Okay, still 2 products. What if, though, if we go and we actually take a look at, let's do the view or inspect element, and we'll go to storage. Remember under, it was either session, session storage, our value is 7 for our basket. Remember, if we change it to 2, we can see somebody else's. Okay, so there's some raspberry juice in here now. And if we change the basket ID to 2, it knows that it's not our basket, right? So we send it, or 3, or wherever. It has to be 7. 7's the one where we don't get the error. Even though we're airing out, we're not worried about that right now. We're getting a validation error. That's okay. So what we can do is we could pick another product, like say product 8, and we could try to send this over to a second basket and maybe bypass it this way. And following the syntax here, let's try to send it over to 2 and see what happens. And it says success. We sent it over. Product ID 8 to basket 2. Well, what just happened? And if we refresh, does it have a new product in this basket? It does. Cool. We put a girly shirt in there. Nice. So we just took a product ID, and what it's doing is it's taking the last value here. It's taking this, right? It's taking this basket ID and saying, okay, this is right. We'll put quantity 1, but then it says, wait, no. Do quantity or basket ID of 2 and put it in there instead. So it validates that the basket's correct. And then before we finish this request here, this post request, we come through and say, never mind, go ahead and put this different basket ID in and send it to that one instead. And there's no validation here on this second request. There's no validation at all. So because it's not validating this, we're able to bypass. And this is, again, broken access control. We're bypassing access where we shouldn't be doing this. So these are just bad checks, right? Bad checks and balances going on in the back end. And you're going to see a little bit of that. Same thing here when we talk about, let's go back to our basket. Let's view it at 7 again. And let's refresh this page. Okay, we've got the fruit press. Let's have 2 fruit presses. So one of our challenges is to make ourselves very rich. I don't know the actual terms of it, but if we look at the scoreboard, and we come into here, it says something along the lines of making yourself rich. Yep, place an order that makes you rich. Okay, so we know it's about placing an order. So in our basket, we go here to check out, place an order. Well, how are we going to make ourselves rich? We have to have some sort of negative number, right? So, well, we already talked about this quantity here. And when we try to do quantity minus 1, or less than 1, it's actually having a good check and balance here. It's saying you can't do quantity less than 1. You can go up as many as you want, but you can't go down. So let's take a look at what that request looks like. Let's turn the intercept on and just intercept that request when we remove the quantity down one. Let's forward that, forward it. Let's look for the API here. Okay, quantity 1. So let's send this again to the repeater. And we're looking at this, and we can see here that, okay, well, how are we going to do this? Okay, so how about we just try changing this to a -1 in quantity and seeing if it works. And it says success. Let's see if it actually does it. Think I have my proxy still on? I do. Okay, let's try it one more time. I think that request came through after mine did. Let's try it now. Look, we're at -89.99. We could do 100. And it's still getting, you can see here, it's still getting the success at a quantity -100. And it's updating this product in our basket. Look, and there's $9,000 for us. Thank you very much. So this is another way. And this here, this isn't broken access. This actually would fall under input validation. It should be validating when we're submitting this, that we're submitting this basket and that the quantity is greater than or equal to 1, right? So we shouldn't be able to submit anything with a negative number or even 0 because we can't purchase 0 of anything. So here again, it has failed in the sense that we should be doing our checks and balances, input validation here, and it's just not doing it. So you're going to see a lot of that tonight of just, hey, you should be checking this. Logically, this is broken. Okay, so just a couple more. I'm going to take a quick drink real quick, and then we're going to go back into broken access control, and then we're going to dive into, we'll do cross-site scripting, and then we'll get into XXD. Okay, there's two that are very similar. So if we go to our scoreboard, and let's close out of this 1 here. All right. So we want to do a forged feedback. That's one of these here somewhere. Forged feedback and forged review. We haven't done these yet. So we want to leave some feedback in another user's name. So let's go back to the home page. And in the home page, if we go onto the cart here, we can actually leave reviews, right? Sorry, if you click on the item, you can actually leave reviews. Hey, somebody said Heath is super cool. Thanks. You guys are so nice. Okay. So we can say, okay, this says one of my favorites. And we could just say something like, I lied. This product sucks. Okay. Now, how are we actually submitting this? Like, how does it know that it's us, right? So let's go ahead and try to intercept this request and see what's going on in the back end. And we'll submit it. Come over here, let's forward out of the socket. And it's putting an author in here, right? So we get to select who the author is. So if we come back into the product, and I screwed up, let me grab the username. So we can just flip this, and the user was the admin user. So we just say admin@juice-sh.op. And let's Let's send this to repeater to be safe. I always like to send my stuff to repeater, even if it works. We'll turn the rest of the intercepts off, and let's click back in here and see what it says. You guys are so nice. Thanks, guys. I lied. This product sucks. So we here now put in our admin review as somebody else, right? So because of that, we go to our scoreboard. And we have solved the issue. So we're good. Second one, we need to post feedback in another user's name. Is that comment poor sanitization? Yeah, I would say so. Poor filtering, right? So, okay, we got to post a comment in somebody else's name. Let's go ahead and let's go to complaints here. And actually, we're going to give some feedback, right? So we're going to give some feedback in another person's name. Let's see what we can do. Let's give it the old test here. We can solve this. 9, 18, 27 plus 2 is 29. Okay, and then let's inspect this element and see. I don't remember if it's the contact us or if it's the other one. We'll find out here very shortly. I think it might be the other one. Let's take a look at the complaint page while we're at it. This is what happens when you don't take the best of notes. Okay, let's look at the complaint. We'll do a test here and inspect this element as well. Yes. This isn't it. I think it's the other one. I think we just need to scroll up a little bit. Here it is, right here. I was looking for the user ID, and I completely skipped over. I went down too far. You see this here? Where we're submitting a feedback form. The input is taking a user ID, and it's hidden. We can get rid of this hidden right here. And you can see now that a user ID is actually in here. So if we wanted to submit this as a different user, all we have to do is just change that number. And then we could submit a rating and hit submit. And that will do it. So again, this stems back to week 2, where we talked about this in week 2, right? Where we said very realistic situations. Even within the last 2 or 3 weeks, I have seen this issue happen. Not as dirty as this, but definitely where I showed you guys, we typed up the password examples where you see passwords like hidden, something like this. And then you view the field and you just change it from password to text and you get to view the whole thing. Very, very common, still very realistic. And I see it all the time. So it's always worth your while to actually inspect your elements and make sure that you can't do some UI bypassing right here in the DOM, right? So we never have to, we're not hitting server side with this or anything, not until we submit, but on this page, we're able to just modify things. Now, the chances that they're actually running something like this, probably pretty low, but this is just to the point of, remember when we searched, we did the active scan in Burp Suite and we didn't come up with anything really. And all these little flaws that we're finding are just more and more proof that manual inspection is so, so important, right? So inspecting every little thing that you can do, super important. Okay, so that also, both of those that we just did fell under broken access control. So that is number 5, again, number 5 on the OWASP top 10. We check our scoreboard, make sure we are still Gucci. We should be good on both of those. Okay, so we have forged feedback and forged review. So let's talk about cross-site scripting really quick, and then we're going to get into input validation for the rest of the night and XXE and call it quits. So we have two challenges here for cross-site scripting. They are similar in the way that you're going to exploit them. So in this instance, I'm going to show you one and then challenge you to find the other one. This is going to be your homework. So we're going to do one here, bypassing client-side security mechanism. The XXS tier 3, it says not to use the front-end application at all. The way we're going to do it here with tier 2, you can use tier 3 as well to exploit it very similarly. So I will leave that challenge for you. If you get stuck, feel free to look at the GitHub and solve it on your own. So let's go ahead and just copy this because it always gives us how we're actually going to do this, right? We're doing an iframe SRC. Let's copy that. And now the way that we're going to attack this is through an API. And I'm just going to go ahead and skip right to it and show you. And this is super important, honestly, because this just shows you another place that we can actually inject items. So if we come back to our initial repeater request with the API users and we're submitting a new user, this is where it can get bad, right? What if we come to here and we paste this in? And we've got this iframe SRC, and now we're trying to exploit this. Now, if we go back and we look and we say, if we logged out, for example, and we go to log in, and we try to submit this here. We say test, log in. Okay, can't do it, not a customer. What if we try to register with that? You're going to see it says invalid email address. Okay, maybe I can trick it. We'll say at heath.com. Can't trick it. We got to get rid of all this junk that's in here that it knows doesn't belong. So it's doing some filtering here, right? And making sure that we can't submit characters that we shouldn't. So because of that, it doesn't mean that just because it's protecting it here, doesn't mean that we're actually protecting it server side. It just means that here on the front end, it has some client protections, right? So what we're doing is we're going to take that and instead we're going to give it a go on the API side of things. So we need to do a little bit of character escaping. I'm just going to put into backslashes here. So if you look at this, make sure, because we're doing this, and if you've never seen a escape before like this, we're doing this because we've got the quotations. We're telling it, hey, ignore this quotation here. Otherwise, this would be the whole payload that it's sending, and then this would be a bunch of mumbled junk. Okay, so make sure you add your character escapes here. These single quotes are fine. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to send that request. And you can see that we successfully solved the challenge. Now this is a pretty nasty one. We could be much more malicious with this than what we are. But if we logged back into the account, and we said administration up here, you see we have stored cross-site scripting. This is very, very stored. And you come down here, you see the iframe, right? So we have, and all the use sucks that I sent. We have the iframe here. We could be much more malicious with this where we wouldn't show anything and we wouldn't do an alert pop up, and we could do something like a beef hook or something where we steal cookies and try to send them off somewhere else. So the you suck was actually me on the reviews, so I'm not too salty about that one. Okay, so we have completed now all the broken access control, all the anti-automation, all the cross-site scripting. Okay, we've done half of the input validation. Now we're going to go into the second half of the input validation and into the fun stuff, because a lot of this is just review or building upon what we've already done. I'm actually excited for the XXE because that's something we've never talked about yet. So let's go ahead and go over to the Contact Us complaint section. Okay. And if you recall from last time, we were able to submit an XML file. And we can do it again. We were able to bypass, right? We go to browse in the rules, the legacy rules. It used to be that they could submit XML files. Maybe they realized, hey, that's not such a good idea, and decided, hey, let's not allow that to be a thing anymore, right? So let's go to all files. We'll try to upload this test.xml. It should say, hey, that's deprecated, right? So we used a deprecated interface that wasn't properly shut down. Perfect. Okay, how can we exploit this? Well, we'll talk about the XML part here in just a little bit. Now, earlier in the chat, I sent out in the Discord channel a 100 kilobyte or greater than file. If we try to upload that, we go to downloads, and I called it over100.pdf. Okay, and we try to submit this. You see that it says maximum of 100 allowed. Okay, 100 kilobytes. So we can't submit this quite here, but our task on the scoreboard is to bypass the 100 kilobyte limit between 100 and 200 kilobytes. So what can we do here? Well, we can try to intercept that and make that work. So how about we try instead, let's upload under 100. Anything under 100 is fine. You can just make this is a test, and I can show you what I've put into these files here. If we go to downloads and we just say gedit under 100 PDF, all I've got in there is this is just a test. Okay, and then if we say gedit over 100, I've got, I couldn't even tell you how many lines. 6,000 almost lines of this is just a test. So we got over the kilobyte limit. So I'm going to copy all this, by the way, Control A, Control C. And if we ls-la here, you can see that the over 100 comes in at about 118 kilobytes. So right on the money. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to proxy and we're going to intercept this. And we're going to go ahead and just do a test submit forward. Did I grab an XML file? I don't think I did. We'll drop that intercept request drop. Am I on the, nope, I'm not. Okay. Forward, forward, forward. Let's drop all of this. And we'll do a test submit again. Okay, here we go. So here is everything that is in the PDF. Now we can try uploading all of what I copied and pasted and firing that off and seeing if it still works. Hit forward, turn the intercept off on the rest, and you can see that the upload size of larger than 100 kilobytes has been bypassed. So all we did was just paste our value or what we wanted to have in there, and it wasn't validating. It only validated here on the upload. It didn't validate server side on, hey, are they actually uploading less than 100 kilobytes? The only validation was right here. Right, so we were able to bypass that as well. And this is another form of input validation. All right, we're going to get into XXE here. We got asked for a repeat. I can repeat. Quick repeat. We try to over 100. You can see that it says file is too large. So we can instead do the under 100 PDF, submit, get to the intercepted request. Okay, I'll send this to repeater. So in this request, here's the file name. Here are the contents of the file. Remember, all it was one line of this is just a test. I copied the contents of my over 100 PDF, paste that in here. Now this will generate over 100 kilobytes of data. Forward that off, and we're good to go. We got a 204, that's fine. So it took it, and that's how you get that. So again, the validation was here. It's not actually validating on the back end of this. It's validating right here on the file upload. So, all right, for the fun stuff. This is actually cool. So let's talk about XML external entities, and let's bring up the old PowerPoint to do so. Okay, so what is XXE? Well, I just said it. XXE stands for XML external entities. In other words, we're attacking systems that parse XML input. Now, you should probably have a pretty good guess what we're about to attack because we've just been bypassing it and you've seen XML files get uploaded. So, we can abuse an entity called system, and I'll talk about this in more detail here in a minute, and we can get malicious with that. These attacks include denial of service, local file disclosure, as you're about to see, remote code execution, and more. Okay, so that is the end of that slide. Now we're going to get hands-on. So let's open up a leaf pad. Let's chat. So remember, again, for this section, you have to have the local host version of this juice shop or else it's not going to work. Okay. So here we go. So the first thing we're going to put in here, and I'm gonna write this out and we'll talk about it. So we're gonna do the XML version. Now it doesn't always require the XML version, but I always like to put it at the top. So we'll say 1.0, and then we could do encoding on this as well to say ISO 8859-1, and we'll end that. Okay. Now we're going to create what is called a root element. The root element looks like this. Not a whole lot going on. But let's say that we're giving out gifts, and we're giving out gifts for Christmas. Okay? We're going to be giving out these gifts, and we need a few items for the gift. So we'll do 2, we'll say Frank, and we'll say from Heath. And then we'll say the item. I'm going to give Frank some Pokemon cards. Okay? So I'm a nice guy. So, again, we have our XML version up here. This is our metadata. Here, this gift, this is your root element. And then inside of your root element are your children. These are your children, okay? So we've got one root, the rest are children. Now, let's say that instead of just one gift that I had to give out, I have to give out a lot of gifts. Okay, we can use something called an entity. Now, if you think of an entity, you can just think of it as a variable. That's all you gotta do. Think of it as a variable. So we can say instead something along the lines of this. I'm going to copy this. This is a completely new request. Actually, we'll just add into it. How about this? We'll add into it. We could say doc type gift, and then we can just say something along the lines of entity from Heath, and then we can close that out, or if we want to be correct, we can close it out down here. Okay, so this right here, this doc type. This is called a DTD. DTD. Document type definition. So we're declaring our entities inside of this DTD. Right? So the entity that I'm declaring here is this from. So instead of saying from Heath every single time, because I know that that's going to be a set variable, we can instead say ampersand from, and then close that out with a semicolon. What's important about that too is, that should be noted, is say if we went back to, say it was Heath instead, right? Let's just space this out. Let's say instead of the from, it was Heath. Well, say we wanted to say it was from like Heath plus sign, and we'll use my wife's name, Amber, or Heath and Amber, or something like that along those lines. There are certain characters that you cannot use inside of this child, right? Or inside of any of these. You can, however, use those when you are inside of an entity, and that's how we can get abusive here. And in just a second, you're going to see what it looks like. So for now, think of this as a placeholder that also allows us to be malicious, because we can say, hey, placeholder, we could put extra items here that we normally couldn't. Because if you imagine that we put like a bracket here or a bracket here, we're going to end up killing something off that we shouldn't have, right? Or breaking the rest of the syntax, and then we just break the whole document. Okay, so this is what we're calling here as our entity. Okay, now let's get malicious with this. Now I've got a few sites pulled up, and we'll copy it and we'll just talk about it. But if you just Google XXE payloads, literally Google it, this site comes up here, this GitHub, the Swiss key repo. You also have the OWASP website. Either one will work. You just open one, and we can copy what we're attacking here. Let's copy this one, and we'll talk about what we're doing. Okay. So what we're saying here is, okay, we've got our XML information. You can hear my dog squeaking away. We've got our XML version and metadata here, right? Okay, we've got our DTD right here. This is our DTD. So we got our doc type. We're declaring an element of foo and then an entity. Here's our entity of XXE. We can call this whatever we want, but we got to call it later, right? That's the whole point. So we've got an element of foo. Here's our element. We've got an entity of XXE, and we're calling XXE here. Well, we're saying, hey, call this file here. So we see file, etc password, or if this was Windows, we could say boot.ini, right? The important thing to note is we've got this thing here called system. Now, system is just a keyword that's used in an entity that lets our parser know that this is an external resource, okay? So because this resource here is external, we're going to want to store it inside the entity. So basically, we can run commands and pull down information is all that boils down to. So what we can do is use this and try to call back some information here. And if you wanted it to be proper, you could put it down here. We can just leave it up here as well. So let's go ahead and copy this. And I should already have a file out there. Yeah, I've got this xxe.xml. It's the same thing. Literally looks the same. Just so you guys don't think I'm crazy or anything. It just gets all pretty colored once we save it. So I've got the XXE XML. Let's go ahead and say no to this one. Got this one here. Let's go to our juice shop and the one that is the local host. And we'll go over to, if yours looks different like this one, if you just did it today like I did, it's absolutely okay. We'll go to complaint. Now remember, we can upload files here. Now we'll say test. We'll browse and we'll do all supported types. Now we'll do all files and we'll do this XML. Okay, and then let's go to the proxy, turn off this, turn on intercept again, submit that. Forward. Okay, here we go. Let's forward this to repeater and send this away. Try it again. See what's happening here. Take that off. Let's try one more time on this. Well, we're failing to connect to the host. That's interesting. Burp Suite connection. Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? It would be helpful. It would be helpful if I was actually running my juice shop. Because I'm an idiot. All right. Now let's refresh. Woo. Okay. So now let's go ahead and try resending this. And see what happens. All right. It's hard to see it, but it's here. You can see, okay, an error came through via file upload, blah, 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 XML version, blah, blah, blah. You see it comes through. It declares the element of foo, declares the entity system, and then look what it grabs. It grabs the Etsy password file. Albeit it's cut off, but it's here. You've got the root, you've got bash, etc. Okay, what else can we do with that? What is the first password right off the bat in a shadow file? It's the root, right? He sent that. Is it really going to do it? Well, if we have access, if this application is running as a sudoer or as a root level access, look what comes through. The root user and the hash. This is nasty stuff. Absolutely nasty stuff. And this is why you see this on the OWASP Top 10. Now, if you want to prevent this completely, your best bet is to disable these DTDs. Do not allow DTDs. Okay? You take away the external entities, you take away this from happening. Yes, please crack my hash. Okay, so this I gave my best attempt at explaining. However, there are much better people out there than me, and one I want to give a shout out to. That is the man, the myth, the legend, Stoke himself. Okay. He got $7,500 off of a blind XXE out of bounds. This is a very, very, very nasty fine. Okay. And yes, I did pause in a great picture of him. So go watch this video. If you haven't seen it before, I'll link it down in the description. I will also paste it into the chat for everybody. Please go watch this video. Awesome, awesome explanation. Great, great video, great editing on top of everything else. But fantastic explanation of what bug bounty hunters are looking for and how they are pulling down these kinds of things. Okay. On top of this, there is a fantastic machine on Hack the Box. If you have VIP access, there's a machine called DevOps that has an XML external entity option. This medium write-up here is very, very fantastic. Great write-up. If I want to self-promote just a tad, I also did a write-up a very long time ago about this topic as well, though I do believe that this one is better. But you can see from this, if you wanted a quick overview, there is a file upload. It says, hey, we take XML elements of author, subject, and content. So you kind of have to write out your little XXE payload here. You have your DTD up here. You call out XXE as your entity, and you want the Etsy password file. Then you have to put a body of author, subject, and content like it asks for, and just pull down this XXE. Right? So we're just calling it here, just like a variable. That's it. So when we pull it down, look what happens. We pull down the file that we wanted. Now, if you tried this with a shadow file on this user, it wouldn't work. Long story short, if you figured out the username and everything else and started digging around, you could pull down the SSH file, etc. Very good box. I do recommend trying it without actually looking at these walkthroughs. If you get stuck, definitely look at the walkthroughs. I think they're really good. But otherwise, good practice here. Good practice on Juice Shop. Even better practice if you want to try, on Hack the Box. And of course, go watch Stoke. Stoke's thing, I don't know if you guys know him very well. His thing is XXEs. Like bug bounty hunters, they like to focus on one area. They like to get good in one area. His is XXE, so he is the master of it. I will bow down completely to anything he says on that topic because he's a legend. So that is it for this lesson, guys. That's it. Sorry to all the YouTubers who had to come and visit on the Twitch side of the house, but I do appreciate you guys being here. Let me come back to reality. So week 5, we are back, and let's talk about the outline really quick. And thank you, SEH. I don't know how to say your name. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. So quick announcements, maybe 5-10 minutes. Do a little catch up. Then we'll have our class, and then we'll do some Q&A. And I've got some fun things tonight. Actually, I think the class part of it's going to be pretty laid back. There were 20-something challenges, and I don't think that we're going to end up doing all of them. Well, I know we're not going to end up doing all of them because some of them did not feel realistic to me. So we're going to focus today. We'll talk about what we're going to focus on here in a minute. But so I foresee this class ending on 10/16. So 2 weeks from now will probably be the last class. Now, what is coming next? If you've been following along with me during the lunchtime streams we've been doing, we are planning on doing a Python for pen tester stream. I'm thinking lunch format, so Python over lunch kind of deal. And we are going to be doing so we'll start out, and I haven't figured the whole thing out. It'll take me a little bit to lesson plan, but we'll probably start out with something like a subscription to Codecademy, which is free for a week. We'll run through that, maybe all the challenges for Python 3. We'll get a nice introduction to it, and then we'll start doing like Black Hat Python or Violent Python and run through those books. And those books are both written in Python 2, but we'll spend time converting them into Python 3. So it'll kind of be like a day by day. We'll talk about, a lesson at a time, and we'll just take it in little baby chunks. So you could take your lunch with me, and we can learn something new together. So that's what I'm foreseeing is next. I'm also thinking of some series up for YouTube, but still running with what we've got going. So other announcements. I am speaking at 3 conferences in the upcoming future. So B-Sides RDU, I'll be speaking at on 10/18. Wild West, I'll be speaking at on 10/25. And B-Sides Charleston will be 11/9. So if you are in the area, you want to come see me, and if you want a sticker, I got some stickers. Come see me, I'll give you a sticker. So somebody asked the lunchtime. So my lunchtime is 12 Eastern. Probably going to be 12 Eastern for me. I know that affects some of you, but you guys can either watch it on VOD or however you need to. Not going to B-Sides DC, and I've heard that B-Sides DC tickets are hard to come across. But so tonight we'll be doing a giveaway as well. I've got some of these mice. You've seen them before. These Vixing mice that Vixing is sponsoring a little giveaway for us. So I'll show it again later on during the stream, but we'll do a giveaway. And if you want to participate, it just goes off your points. Basically, if you've been here for a while, you come consistently, you watch, that gets you points. Obviously, being a follower gets you points, sub points, etc. But we'll talk about everything at a later time when we get to it. But we'll need names, addresses, and emails. That's their requirement in order to send it out. So if you're interested, we'll get to that in a little bit. But all right. So going back to the screen, Patreon. It is the beginning of the month. Patreon people, thank you. As always, James D, $25 and up club. Thank you. $15 and up club, Kermit, Hugo, Will, Ricardo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you not only to you guys, but to all the patrons out there. You guys really, really do help go a long way for some of these things. Hopefully you've noticed the content, the quality, everything is getting better. You know, and I'm trying to improve on every new stream. I'm trying to improve. You can see the backdrop behind me is different. That's because I'm trying to improve. You know, camera quality, audio quality is getting better. So we're just hopefully working towards, you know, a better overall method for this. And thank you Scorch, thank you Sasquatch, thanks both of you for the subs. I appreciate it, guys. So other than that, let's quickly talk about what we'll learn and take a look at the commands down below if you guys are curious. But there's several commands down below if you guys have any questions, FAQ. So what are we going to learn? Today's mostly going to be about SQL injection. We're going to do a refresher since it's been a few weeks. I'm going to run through the original slides we've had. And then we'll talk a little sensitive data exposure, a little bit of the random challenges. I've run a couple of different pen test methodologies that I would typically run against this, especially with SQL injection. I'll show you guys what it looks like. And it's very interesting to see what manual injection looks like versus something like a SQL map or something like Burp Suite, because you're going to see that there's quite a bit of difference. So on top of that, my thoughts for tonight. I think that tonight's going to be a quick stream. I don't believe it's going to take us very long to get through, maybe 40 minutes to an hour. So because of the shortness of the material, and honestly, this is the hard challenges had the most challenges, but I was kind of disappointed in the sense that a lot of them felt unrealistic. And even through some of the ones that we're going to go through, they're just kind of like for fun challenges. But really it's like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I picked and chose the ones that I thought were good. Even the cross-site scripting ones didn't feel natural. So I actually ended up taking those out today because, you know, I didn't like the way that they were coming through. So hopefully some of the ones later on. But I think the SQL injection material that they provided is really good. So we'll do a refresher on that. And on to the bug bounty. So my thought is, because this is so short tonight, I've picked out a bug bounty. I have no idea about it at all. I figured we can do some enumeration on it together. You can kind of look at my methodology, how I might attack it blind. And that way you can see some of this bug bounty pen test methodology. And I don't promise to be as good as some of the big names like Stoke or Namsec, but I will show you some of my methodology and some of where I pick up tips even, so you guys can kind of gauge that as well. But so with that all being said, let's talk about SQL injection. So these slides should look very, very familiar to you. So what is SQL injection? Again, SQL injection is an attack where we can inject malicious SQL statements. So it's easy to avoid, but still happens often. And if we're successful, we can read sensitive data, extract information, etc. I'm reading through these fast because this is a refresher. And sorry, my dogs are barking in the background. They bark at any little noise. So if you recall, we have some common SQL verbs. You've seen select, insert, delete. We didn't never cover update. We haven't covered drop. But union is what we're going to be covering tonight. So union, just pointing this out, is what combines data in multiple queries. So we'll use a union verb to combine multiple queries together. You'll see what that looks like and why it's important. Okay, so other common terms, again, where, and, or not, order by. It's very, almost, some of these are kind of logic based, right? So even when you come into, did I skip the special characters? I did. So special characters as well. When you come into special characters, we've got the string delimiters, which you should be familiar with. You've got comment delimiters, wildcards, ending SQL statements, right, with the semicolon, and then a lot of programmatic logic. So equals, greater than, less than, etc. When we talk about the kind of example of a user's table, here's a user's table where I put together, again, I'm always obsessed with Marvel stuff. So if we do a select star, which is a wildcard from users, this table here, we're selecting everything. But if we just select username or user ID and username from users, then we're only going to take these first two columns. Okay, come through here. What if we select everything from users where the country is Russia? Then we're only going to pull out Natasha here, right? We'll pull out the Black Widow. And then if we did select everything from users where the country is US, okay, so we narrow it down to these four, and the username equals Frank. There's only one Frank username from the US, so we'll pull out this user ID here. No Boris, sorry. So, this is a quick rundown. Hopefully, if this isn't familiar to you, if I went too fast, then you're probably on a later episode than you need to be. I would go back to the SQL injection episode that we did. So let's go ahead and we're going to dive into our material. I'm actually not going to be in Kali Linux today, except for when we are doing bug bounties. So this will all be Windows-based tonight. So I am on our Juice Shop here. I'm just logged into Juice Shop. If you are not logged into Juice Shop, then go ahead and get logged in. Though I don't believe, actually this first one does require us to be logged in. So the first challenge we're going to do, we're going to kind of go in order a little bit. The challenge says to order the Christmas special offer of 2014. And let's open up our Burp Suite. I'm going to bring this over here. Okay, so I've got Burp Suite. I've already got the target set up and picked out. I've done some things in here, but don't worry about this. I will be in Pro tonight, but everything that I do is going to be available in the regular version as well. So anyway, what we're going to do here is the first challenge, which let's go ahead and actually turn on our proxy. And we'll turn our intercept on here. And then I'm just going to do a search and say test. I'm going to hit enter, and that shouldn't do anything except intercept a proxy, which is forward that and forward that. I actually need to search it one more time. See if that works. Okay, and I'm going to send this to repeater. So what you're not seeing here, if we send this, you're seeing that there's a bunch of, okay, we just sent a queue search of nothing, and that's fine. So what you're seeing here is just a bunch of gibberish in JSON format. Now there is one thing that I do have that you won't have, because this is an extension to Burp Suite Pro. If you do have Burp Suite Pro, the JSON beautifier is a nice feature because it takes this junk here and it just turns it into pretty. So I like pretty here. So anyway, what we did was we searched on this parameter of Q. And with Q, if we search nothing, it brings back everything. So what we need to look for and look at here is a little bit of injection. And now we've done some injection already in previous episodes. And injection can be as simple as just putting in something like that, a single quote, sending it and seeing what happens, right? And nothing really happens here. So that's okay. We can also target. So if we target here on test, you can see we send it, pulls back, and then we send again, and that's still successful. So what if we close off the command? Aha! So either way, you do it on both. I've had it saved, but if you do it here, and we actually close off our statement, you can see we get a SQL error. So what's happening here? Well, you see that the syntax just threw an error for us. So if we look down, now if we were to view this, if we were to actually inject this on the browser itself, wouldn't be as pretty. You would probably just see an error message. But here we're actually seeing a full error message. And you can see when it comes through, it's saying select star. So we know what star is from products where, and then it's doing a little search here. Okay. The search is putting in this semicolon, and it's trying to search for the semicolon. So it's killing the statement. So what's happening is we have a syntax error too, because if you look at the statement and we're closing it off, which you see we're closing it off here, and then we're ending it, but we're missing something. If we read through the statement again, you could see that we're actually missing a couple of these guys. So you see the parentheses? If we were to put the parentheses in here and see what happens, you can see now there's a success. So we have the success, and if you're looking at it like this, I'm sorry, it sucks. But this is kind of what you're looking for to get back. I'm going to do it on the JSON beautifier just so you guys can have a clear picture. So what we're supposed to be looking for is a product from 2014, meaning that it no longer exists. So we've successfully completed this SQL injection, and why this is important if you go back. So we're looking for deleted at being null in the original statement. So when we search the tables in this statement, deleted at was null, meaning that it would not return anything back that was actually deleted. So deleted at null means this is actually still a product in the shop. If we scroll down a bit and just hit something that has actually been around, which you see item ID 10 has been around and then deleted in 2014, then you realize that this is what they're talking about. This is the special thing or special item from Christmas of 2014. So it got deleted right after Christmas. Now, what they want you to do is actually order this. So let's turn off the intercept. And if we go back, we can actually just process this. We can add this to our cart here. And if we do, let's do an intercept again and see what happens. So let's add this to our cart. Let's look at the request for the cart. And just says rest basket null forward. Okay, nothing special there. If we go to our target, and let's look at the API, because the API was actually sending this, and we're doing basket items here. So one of the basket items is sending over quantity 1. Let's make sure on something here. Let's actually do, is it F12? Let's do F12 and look at the storage and see what our BID is, our basket ID, if it'll tell us. And I'm not seeing it. Let's check out our basket. And let's refresh this as well. Let me turn off the proxy here. Let's see if we get our basket ID. I'm not seeing it. That's all right. So with burp, we had one that's in here that said 5. I don't know if it's actually 5. We can, because you know what? Nothing actually got added to the basket. Let's go back to the home page. And let's do a add to basket here. And see if that actually functions. Let's go to our basket. That could be part of what the issue is. This isn't actually functioning. Let's refresh this page completely. A little glitchy. Let's try adding that and seeing now if it picked up, and it didn't. We're logged in as anonymous. Let me see if that's why too. I wonder if the program reset. Yep, got to make a new user. So this resets every so often. So if you need to make a user, make one as well. Bob's your uncle. Okay, now we're logged in. See if we can add any product. There's the BID of 5. Okay, so we still have a BID of 5. Let's add it. Now it's saying it's added to the basket. Okay, so we've added it to our basket. And if we come in here, you see the one from earlier where there's an add of 5. Yours should look something like this with the API as well. So if we run this in repeater, and you were to say something like, send that over, quantity 1, this token expired. Let's see if we can intercept another request to this. Let's go back. Turn the proxy on, intercept, add that. Okay, and we might need to steal our cookie information, which is fine. But let's send this to repeater as well and forward that. Forward. Here's the API. We'll send that to repeater as well, just to have it. API again, quantity 2 is coming through. I'm just going to forward through all this. And if we come back into the target, you can see there's basket items of 7. So if we look at this request, we just need to copy the authorization and switch it over. So I'm just going to copy this stuff that we just sent. And we'll modify it just a little bit with the token. Actually, where's our other one? Let's see if we can't add this to the cart. We're still getting a validation error. We can copy this on the product then and just switch it to the basket item. So instead of doing basket item as 7, we just do the basket item here in product quantity. And you can see we got a success. So if we look at our basket, it's probably crazy at the moment. So we've got 2. That actually makes sense. We added 2 in. And then, so we have our basket ID of 5. We got the quantity. Now it wants us to add in the item ID, which was 10. And if we refresh, let's see if this actually worked. It did not. Let's see what the notification was. It's giving us success, but it's not working because we're not in quotations. Or maybe don't need to be. All right, let's see if it works. If not, it's not super important. Honestly, it's not super important. Okay, we'll skip that. What's more important here actually is the SQL injection itself. So if we come back into the SQL injection, there's something that's super important. Actually, we'll do it in burp. So if let's close out of these. And okay, so we've got this statement here and we're able to dump all this data, right? And let's say that we wanted to take this further. And we wanted to do a union statement. So let's do a union statement here. And in this union statement, we want to add in a select all from, and ideally we want to dump something that's critical, right? We can do a test table. We could do something like 1, 2, 3 and just end it with a comment, something like that, and send it over. We can see it's not supported. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy this whole statement here. And then I'm going to delete that. I'm going to come into the parameters. And then I'm just going to paste it here. And watch what happens. So we go to raw. You see that it's now adding the %20s for you. It's just a quicker way to do %20s, spaces encoded. So we send this over now. You see that we get a SQL error of 1, 2, 3. There's a syntax error. Okay, so maybe I don't need, let's see, maybe I don't need this. Let's take out 1, 2, 3. Let's make it like X. Okay. So I didn't like the numbers, but like, look at this. You see there says no table X, no such table X. Okay, that's a different error than we were getting. We were getting a syntax error before. And the nice thing is we're not blind here, right? We get to see what we're putting in. So you see that we're doing a wildcard here, doing a union select from, and then we're closing it off here, right, with a comment. So the rest of this is just negated. So we go back to X, and it says, okay, there's no table X here. But a common table, if we're after something juicy, would be users. And see that it changed again. So the selects to left and right of union do not have the same number result columns. Okay, what does this mean? This means when we do a statement like this, we have to dump out the right number of columns for this to actually work. So what that means is when we're doing a union select, we need to do like a union select, and then we need to do something like union select 1, union select 2, union select 3. So here's what that would look like if you Control A, Control C. So say we want to select just 1. Okay, and we'll say, okay, let's select 1 column here. Hit enter, come back, send it. Still going to get this error. So the pain in the ass kind of thing to do is we have to do a comma, do 2, do a comma, do 3. Keep going through it until we find the right number. Now, I won't make you guys suffer on that, and I'll actually paste this in the chat if it'll let me. That is the correct method there. So if you see, we're going to do 8, and then when we do actual 8 columns, then it dumps. So up until this point, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, all we're dumping at this point are the 8 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got it? At this point, we could start kind of guessing what some of these columns might be. And instead of using 1, 2, we might do something like username or email or password. So first thing we can do too is, because this is searching a wildcard here in the front, it's dumping everything for us, and we really don't need that. So we can just like type in something random here and just dump out a blank form. So now it's doing a statement and it's grabbing 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we can do is say for like ID 2, instead of saying 2, we could say ID or column 2. You can see now it starts to dump out a lot of different things. It's dumping out the ID under name 4, 5 here. Okay. So even though it says name, don't worry about that. What we're worried about is what comes out in this right here. Okay. On top of that, what's another one that we can guess? We can guess something like username. Username is very common. So let's say username. Send that over. Okay. Not a lot of usernames. B. Kiminich, that's who wrote this. Scroll through. Worstbrat. So a couple of usernames, but we can keep going with this. So we got usernames, and we could do email. See if email works. Send that over. Email works. So really, you just have to continuously kind of guess at these. And then, of course, we'll try password and see if that does anything. And then you see it solved the user credential challenge. So out came the passwords in their hashed format or encrypted format. So this is part of the bigger challenge. Look at this statement here. Let me see if I can drag this across. So we're just building upon this. Let's just show how we built upon it. So again, we realized, okay, we found users. It said, hey, you don't have the right amount of columns. Then you come in here and you say, okay, well, let's try column 1. Imagine we did 1 through 7, didn't work. Tried 8, finally 8 worked. Okay, we had this long status here because it was using the wildcard in the query. And we just got rid of that. And then from there, we started just poking in different things and seeing if they worked. And they all worked for us. So the query in the end looks something like this. Now, I wanted to show you guys a couple tools that I actually use doing real-world testing. One is SQL Map. And here's SQL Map. All I do with SQL Map is I would take something like this, and I would copy this request down. And I would just say copy to file. That's all I did. Copy to file, saved it as request.txt. I do SQL Map. I do a -R for request. So here's my request file. And then I did a level of 5, risk of 3. Those are the highest level / risk that you can run. That means we're going as in-depth as possible. So you see right away it decides that Q might not be injectable, but it's going to continue to try. It comes through all of these different things, and then it realizes, okay, Q is SQLite, and it has a blind-based injection, potentially. So do we want to test payload specific, skip the testing for other databases? Yeah, it's fine. So I did that, keep going through, and then it says false positive or unexploitable injection point detected. Q does not seem to be injectable. So as we just saw, that is a lie. Another thing I want to point out is I also scanned this with Burp Suite. And I use the active scanner, view the details on it. You can see no critical issues showed up. And we had interesting input handling of SQLite injection. So in these requests, it realized that there was some sort of injection potentially happening because it saw the input it was doing here was coming through and being injected here. But even Burp Suite could not figure out the exact statement or, how to get through this. So this is another spiel on not relying solely on your tools. You should rely on, your intuition and your skill set as well. If you only rely on your tools, you're going to run into some issues. So, and I missed some things go down. Body ROTX, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Blizz, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Okay, so that's the real heavy hitter when it comes to the SQL injection for tonight. Some of the statements are going to get absolutely ridiculous as it goes on in the next 2 weeks. But, if you're struggling with this, some people have been putting in some, items in the chat and how to do some of the things I do and tips and tricks. Absolutely fine, acceptable. Go check those out. The more people that you can learn from, the better. So that's a really, really good one. The other one that they had in here that was a SQL challenge was to look at a review. So if you just open up, and I'm going to open up a different review. So let's view this egg fruit juice. So you see we reviewed the egg fruit juice. And if we go into, let's bring this back up. We go into our target and we go down into the rest portion. You will see that there are products, and I think this is the one I just opened. So we'll send this to repeater, make sure this one works. Okay, so we got a success message here. So if we were to change this parameter here, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it. But if we were to change this parameter to sleep, and say we do sleep for 1. Now this is 1 millisecond, I believe is how it works. You see it's really fast. Sleep here, and I have a space. No, I don't have a space. It's just how it looks. Okay, sleep's getting a little longer. And then sleepy times, right? This should only be going for 1 second. I don't know what the issue is as to why it's taking so long. But there, and you see that the sleep came through for a solve here as well. So something to note about sleep and why the sleep command is important, and it's a little bit different for every different type of SQL. So depending on what you're working with will change the command, but the concept or process behind it is identical. So we use sleep, and you might even come across this in an interview question. We use this when we are up against something like blind SQL injection. Blind meaning we have no result at all. So if I were to just put in, like, say, instead of the sleep command, I had, just a single quote in here. I would have no idea if it was actually injecting or not, because there wasn't something that responded back and said, hey, that causes SQL error. Well, if you were to throw a sleep command in there and you were able to figure out the injection blind, you can throw a sleep command in there and then realize, hey, this just slept for a second, or this just slept for 10 seconds. And based on the delay, you understand that there's injection there, and then you start manually kind of prodding it like you do here. And it could take a long time to build out a SQL statement that is really valuable. But this sleep command is kind of what kicks that off and what kind of verifies that, yeah, I think I do have SQL injection here, even when you're in a situation up against blind and you really can't tell. So that's why I chose to include this and kind of stress its importance. So those are the heavy hitters tonight of SQL injection. We will talk a tiny bit about some of the other challenges just so we can solve them. So let's take a look at, first of all, there is a challenge that says to gain access to any log file on the server. Now, if you want to do this and you want to do it quick, my suggestion is to run dirbuster or run dirb or gobuster or whatever it is that your heart desires. But all you have to do is run a word list against this, and support and logs will come through. So I'm not going to show you how to run dirbuster. I think we did it in the first episode. So dirbuster against this, or your favorite tool of choice, will bring you to this log page, and that will help solve this challenge. So on top of this, a lot of the rest of the challenges, they deal with, they're calling it roll your own security. But if you remember being in the FTP section of the site, there were a bunch of files here. So a bunch of these challenges are going to be similar or identical, and this is information that might be used later on in challenges. But we've got some files here. So the first one is to access a developer's forgotten backup file, and that would be the package.json.back. Now, if we were to try to download this, it says, hey, only MD or which are markdown files or PDF files are available. So let's go ahead and just go back on this guy. So what's another option? So if we do this and we try to download, you see that this is causing issues. One option that is common, okay, we can just say .md, and there's no such file. Okay, what about, so if you guys aren't familiar with the poison null byte, you could do a %00 and try to enter that in. Okay, that doesn't work. We see this a lot, the poison null byte. You see it a lot with like PHP and older versions of PHP. We use this to kind of bypass some things, or even other versions. I think older Apache as well. But so here you see that this poison null byte doesn't work. But the lesson here is not to forget about your encoding. So if you actually add a 25 in front, which a %25 correlates to a % in encoding, then look what happens. This starts to download. So instead of downloading it, let's actually just come over here to Burp Suite. And we will go to the proxy and we'll intercept this guy. And then what we can do is we can see the response if we go to right-click repeater. And you just say send. And let's see, it's not picking up. It should pick up. Let's forward that. Interesting. Not modified. Let's try one other thing. I think I know what's going on. Let's intercept the OG and try it again. Okay, let's repeat this, see if that works. There you go. We're good. We're good. Okay, so you can see that it shows the file for us here. And so there were a lot of challenges that were based on this process here tonight. And for me, okay, so a lot of it went off of these dependencies, and they wanted you to review these dependencies or look up the different types of packages that they had running in here. And that is, it's not wrong. It's absolutely right. I just think for what we're doing, this would be a little bit of overkill. One of these packages, there's a couple of vulnerable packages in here. One of them is vulnerability to cross-site scripting, which is something that was pointed out in one of the other challenges. So going through this information and looking at this data is definitely important. This falls under really the enumeration portion of anything, right? And if you're doing web app or you're doing bug bounty or anything along those lines, it really comes down to enumeration. If you're looking just on the surface, you're going to get left behind, because the people that are actually getting the good bugs and finding you're in the top 20 or whatever, they're the ones that are digging around and digging way deeper than most people are looking. So these are things that absolutely they would look at. Now, for the course, it's just not something that I think we need to dig too deep into. So if you want to unlock several challenges in this aspect, you absolutely can go back, and anything here that's not an MD5 or MD file, you can go ahead and grab it. So the coupons one is one that'll do it. The suspicious YAML file here is a SIM file, so that's one. And they have the Easter egg as well. So if you guys want to play with the Easter egg, since we're in here, we can do that really quick. And then we'll probably call it, and we'll just go and do our own little thing. So let's intercept on this proxy. And we'll do Easter egg, send this guy to repeater, and then we'll do a %2500.md. And you can see that here, this is an Easter egg at all. It's just boring, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what does this look like, chat? What is this? And what gives it away? Base 64. Base 64. And the equals gives it away. Good job. So we can right click on this and say send to decoder. And we can just decode as base 64. All right, what's this mumble jumble stuff? Any guesses? Any ideas? You can't see it? Yeah, it's a little small. I don't know if there's a way for me to make Burp Suite bigger. It is a URL path. I think you're right there. Ah, somebody said it. It's ROT13. So an indicator, sometimes a ROT13 is this double letters can be an indicator of rot 13. So you could say also rot 13 stands for rotate 13. So you're literally just rotating this half of the alphabet forward or backwards. Let me go ahead and turn my intercept off, which I was already in there spazzing. Okay, so let's drop that, and then we'll go ahead and do a rot 13 decoder, which probably, I'm surprised CyberChef doesn't come right up. We put in here rot 13. You see, the devs are so funny, they hid an Easter egg within the Easter egg. Yeah, this is technically a cipher. That is correct. It is a cipher. Don't know why I said technically. Okay, then you come into here, and now we get space. So here's your other Easter egg. So they've hid some stuff in here, and this is really stuff like, it is what it is. It's not really going to, I don't know, teach us anything. It's just more of capture the flag type stuff. But, you know, I think it's fun to at least acknowledge the Easter eggs that they put in there. So that's really it. Like, I don't think so you're more than welcome to go and check out some of the other challenges that existed. I'm going to come back for a minute. You're more than welcome to check out some of the other challenges that existed. I did not think, in my opinion, that they were realistic or that they were, you know, worth teaching. So, and a lot of them, like 5 of them were identical with the whole MD5. I think too that, you know, even the cross-site scripting, like I said, guys, it was similar to a repeat lesson. And on top of that, I don't think the path that got there was super realistic. So I ended up skipping it. But you're more than welcome to go read the challenges and read up on it if you're interested. You're trying to get that 100% completion rate or anything. So, but I definitely took the topics that I thought were of use and what you would see. But the big lesson tonight is, again, we talked about this in episode 1 or 2, don't trust your tools. Like, Burp Suite is a fantastic tool. I mean, it's, if I had to purchase one tool and only one tool, it's Burp Suite. But at the same time, you saw in the beginning when we scanned the app how many vulnerabilities it found. Not a ton. And here, it didn't find really SQL injection. It did better than actually SQL map did, which is good. But we still didn't get, you know, we didn't get what we wanted. We didn't get the statement given for us. And that is, you know, that's part of it. So we have to do manual legwork a lot of the time, especially if you're doing web app, especially if you're doing bug bounties, even more so.